Good morning, afternoon, or evening, guys. I hope you're all doing well. Today, we're going to do our regular AI dungeon streams. So let's see. What should we be doing today? So I gotta get some music started. Okay. Gotta lower this volume a little, I think. How's that sound? How does that sound? Okay. Let's see, do I have any rewards available? So, what should we do today? Let's do a new game. We will do a custom prompt, I guess. Let's make it so... Let's go custom. Your name is Marco. You are on your way to a blind date that your best friend set you up on. We're going romance route or comedy. We'll see where this goes, or horror. Who knows? Your name is Marco. You're on your way to a blind date that your friend set you up on. See, you know nothing about the woman you are about to meet on your date. You arrive at the cafe. Let's go with that. We haven't done one like this yet, so the place looks like it's been abandoned for years. Yet there's a buzz in the air as people start coming out of their homes and heading towards the door. You take a seat at one of the tables near the window. A young man walks into the cafe, holding hands with his girlfriend, who is wearing an old-fashioned dress. I'm gonna look around nervously. For your date. We'll do this. We don't really know much about her, so it's going to be a little bit of an awkward greeting. We just know where to meet. The girl is beautiful. She has dark brown hair and blue eyes. Her face is pretty and her body is toned. Her legs are skinny, but she isn't fat or anything. As soon as you see her, you feel a oh no, no! Let's retry. Let's retry. Bail. Oh Lord. The girl is beautiful. She has dark brown hair and blue eyes. Her face is small, but her lips are full and she smiles easily. She wears a oh Lord. Maybe romance is the wrong idea. Okay. Her face is small, but her lips are full and she smiles easily. She wears a green dress that shows off her legs well, but not too much that they show through the dress. So they show through the dress. So that they show through the dress. Okay. Okay. Approach. You like the girl. Points awarded. You gain 2 points. Empathy bot. Approach the girl and ask if she is the person, if she is waiting for her blind date. As it turns out, she is, and she has been stood up by her date. She is a little upset that he wouldn't show up, but you insist on treating her to an iced coffee to calm her down. She smiles and thanks you. So what's your name, you ask? She looks at you. Her eyes are very pretty. So are we just like standing up our actual blind date? Just we're like, well, this girl was stood up, so so the question is, does she think, did I get the wrong time and she thinks we stood her up and we're like coming in to save the day? Or is this just a different girl and we're bailing on the one that we're supposed to meet? Let's find out. She smiles again. My name is Olive. It's a nice name, you say. You two walk for a while, and then before you know it, it's time to go home. What? This story! We should do this again sometime, Olive says as she gets up from the table. I had a really good time. Me too. We skipped the whole date! This story is... oh, speed run. Holy crud. Oh, Lord. Okay. Actually, I had so much fun. Why don't we let's just say, why don't we hang out a little longer? We actually have to have a date. We can't just breeze past it. Why don't we hang out a little longer? I'd love to, Olive says, but I need to go. She looks at you and smiles. You pay for her coffee and walk outside with her. When you get outside, she looks at you. My house is just around the corner. You want to come over for a little while? Sure thing. But I'm waiting for marriage. Oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. I just don't want us to get too kinky. Sure thing. Why does she need to... See, here's the thing. We're at the cafe. She's like, I would love to talk more, but I need to go. I really have to. I'm like, okay, I understand. You have to go. You're busy. She's like, come up to my room. We're like, oh, geez. Okay. I'd love to. We might have to bail on this. Hey, Seba, how's it going? We're trying to do a date thing, but it's instantly going perv. You look around and see that you're a little ways from the city. Olive smiles, and she sees that you're looking for a way to escape and says, I'll see you at my place in a bit. Bye. You stand helplessly as Olive walks toward her house. What the hell? Yeah, we started, and it's like, you're going on a blind date. I'm like, great. It's like, you look at the girl. She's very toned. You start getting aroused and feel a hardness. I'm like, nope, back it up. We're not going that route. I'm not going down that route. Okay. I'm gonna, yeah, exactly. Walk with Olive. I thought this would be a good idea, but I feel like if you center the story on dating, it just goes to kinky real fast. I think if you want to do a dating story, you actually have to do another story and then meet the person naturally. Because the we did a heist story where we had a girl named Victoria Tahiti, and that was kind of funny and fun. But this is a little bit okay. As you walk, Olive begins to talk about her life. She tells you that she's in college studying to become a doctor, and that she's always wanted to help people. Like listening to people's stories, she says. I think it's important to listen to everyone's stories, not just the famous people or those we are related to. Olive is a good person. You gain 4 points. She's always wanted to help people. Okay. Let's see. What kind of medicine are you going into? What field of medicine? Oh, hey, Frostpunk, how's it going? I don't know why, but I perceived you guys both as the same person for a while. Here, let me adjust my layout so I can see this a bit better. How are you guys doing? Psychiatry, Olive says. She goes on to tell you that her life has been very hard and that she wanted to help people with problems like hers. She tells you stories about her life. She listens intently as you tell her a few things about your own experiences. After a while, you arrive at a modest house. What do we want to do? Where do we want to go with this? Where do we want to go with this? Olive smiles at you. Well, we're here. Want to come in? You step inside and see that Olive's house is very clean and smells nice. Make yourself at home, she says. You sit on the couch as Olive sits next to you. Okay. That's true. So, how do you know the person that set us up on this date? Wait, I think we're not even actually with that right person. I think we bailed on the girl we were supposed to date. May I use your bathroom? Okay. Here's where we're going to take a turn. Of course you can, Olive smiles. It's down the hall, first door on the right. Olive gets up to go to the kitchen. You slowly stand and walk down the hallway. When you get to the door, you see that it's slightly open. Okay. I'm gonna snoop around. By the way, no one do any of this. None of this story is recommended for real life. Never do any of this. Snoop around the rooms in the hallway. No one do this. None of this is recommended. None of this is okay. You quietly open the door and walk in the room. It's a small bedroom with nothing in it, but a small bed and a chest of drawers. You open the top drawer and look inside. You quickly shut it when you hear Olive coming. Hey, Olive says, sticking her head in the door. Did you make it in the bathroom? Oh, I took a wrong turn. Yeah, exactly. Just completely stumbled into a major plot point that yeah. Looks at you strangely. You quickly say, I got lost. She smiles and says, I'll show you to my room. She takes your hand and pulls you in. Her room is very small. Her room is very small with a bed, nightstand, and a dresser chest. It's not much, she says, but it is home. It's beautiful. But I still need to do number 1 plus 1. So where's the bathroom again? Yeah, trust me, Seba, the moment we say anything like that, it's gonna get very TOS. Olive tells you when you enter the bathroom. You quickly do your business and exit. Dang it, I don't want to exit. Oh, although this is going... I wanted to go through her medicine cabinet like a creep. Olive tells you, and you enter the bathroom. You quickly do your business and exit. But instead of exiting the house, you hear Olive scream. You run back in the hallway and towards the door, and begin to wonder if you should go out the front door or exit the back. Olive screams as you run outside. Okay, we're gonna not be a complete psycho. We're gonna go back. We're gonna reel it back in. We've done nothing. Maybe we actually did take a wrong turn. Who knows? Run towards Olive. As you run towards Olive, you see that her parents are already there. They look angry. Olive is lying in the yard motionless. You're confused, but then one of Olive's fathers slaps you in the face. You reel backwards and fall to the ground, and he begins to kick you. How dare you? block the kicks and ask what he means. You were beaten for trying to help a child. You lose 2 points. Listen, all I did was enter her house and take a poop. He looks at you with shock. You don't know what you've done, he says. No, you say. He kicks you again and says, you ruined my little girl's life. Now she'll be miserable for the rest of her days. I just bought her an iced coffee. What are you talking about? Is she like caffeine intolerant? Is she allergic to something in the coffee? What could we have possibly done? He looks at you and says, she was being proposed to by a fine gentleman this evening. You ruined it when you bought her the coffee. Now the man won't want her. Wow. 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 So did he beat his daughter? What the fuck? You're confused. What does the coffee have to do with anything? It has everything to do with it, Olive's father says angrily. Firstly, back the fuck up, mister. Back the fuck up. Secondly, her date stood her up, you dunce. There we go. He backs up and says, oh. He turns to his wife and says, it's not his fault then. He didn't know. You get up off the ground and ask, does this happen often? Olive's mother shakes her head. Only once every 5 years or so. You wince at that number. Okay. Help Olive. Jesus. No wonder says she's been through her shit and she wants to be a psychiatrist so she can help people. Jesus. You help Olive up and she smiles. Thank you. That was a first for me. You nudge her father and say, we're going out for coffee. He nods and takes Olive's mother's arm to walk inside. I'm going to walk up to Olive's father and whisper into his ear threateningly, don't you ever lay a hand on Olive again. Do you hear me? Okay. We're changing. We're not going to be a bathroom snoop. We've got the new direction. I didn't know which way to go, but we've changed the direction. We can't be the creeper or else this is even worse for her. He looks around nervously. Sure, son. You take Olive to a cheap diner and share a milkshake with her. She goes back to her house and you go home to sleep. So this game keeps, you did a nice thing, you gained 5 points. This game keeps just like breezing past shit. It's like, oh, here's the conversation you can have to debrief. Psych, it's over. You're gone home. You've now become an elderly man and you think about Olive and how you should have taken her out on a second date. The end. You die of heart failure. Okay. You wake up due to the ringing of your phone. You answer it. I probably won't be, but have a good day at work, Seba. Take care. Hello? Hey, it's Olive. Oh, what's up? I was wondering if you're interested in going out again tonight. Tonight, you say? Are you sure you'll be able to get a date tonight? I thought it was bad that your date stood you up yesterday. What the shit? Okay, I'm gonna say, I'm just kidding. That wasn't funny. I'd love to see you tonight, whatever. Great, she says. I'll see you tonight. You arrive at Olive's house early and wait outside. Half an hour later, Olive arrives. Dang, I showed up real early. You walk up to the door and knock. Olive's father answers. You say hi and he lets you inside. Olive comes running down the stairs and gives you a hug. It is skipping huge amounts of time. Very fast. So, Olive. Well, yeah, I'm role-playing that time that I went over and your father apparently beat you and then I threatened him. And then, yes. If that's what happened, then sure. This took a turn. How's it going, Scott? This story took a real awkward turn. It immediately got into some family trauma instantly. I guess I should have known from the foreshadowing of that whole I became a psychiatrist because I had a lot of problems growing up, only to find out that she still lives with the abusive family. Okay, so Olive, I know a great spot I'd love to show you. How are you doing today, Scott? And how did the rest of the stream go last night? Did you do like 358 over 2 days? You take her to... do I only take her to coffee houses? You take her to a little coffee house across town. The two of you talk over drinks and dessert, then head out again. You bring Olive back to your place and stay up late past midnight for the first time since you've known her. She falls asleep on your shoulder and you carry her to your bed. Okay, we need to be careful here because we know AI Dungeon. Okay. Listen, I'm trying to avoid AI Dungeon going full perv. So I'm going to tuck Olive in and go outside for a smoke. So we're going to do. Because before you know it, AI Dungeon's I'm gonna be arm deep in something. So we need to avoid that. We need to avoid that if I want another stream. You step out into the night air and light up a cigarette. Your phone buzzes. Oh geez, Olive. Being a little bit clingy. Your phone buzzes. It's a message from Olive. Thanks for what you did tonight. You were a perfect gentleman. Good night, Olive. She says as she is in my bed. You smile and send her a quick reply, then go back inside. You climb into bed and fall asleep. You're dreaming about Olive, who is next to you. You had a nice dream. You gained 2 points. Man, the time that this story is just breezing by is absurd. This is like a speedrun story. Okay. In the dream, Olive. This is a risky prompt. Oh yeah, I saw the I watched all of the Final Fantasy 13-2 attempts. Oh, seriously? Wow. Wow, that's not good. What the hell's the deal with Final Fantasy 13-2? I wonder why I was doing that. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. In your dream, Olive stands outside a house. She seems to be waiting for you to catch up. You jog and take her hand. She pulls you inside the house. Dang, I'm sorry to hear that. Are you still having any problems related to it today, or is it like, has it chilled out after a restart? Whoa, you say looking around. Your house is nice. Thanks, Olive says. My mother loves to redecorate. You look around as Olive leads you upstairs to what appears to be a bedroom. She sits on the bed and smiles at you. You sit beside her and take her in your arms, pulling her close. Okay. If I hit enter, this is going to go sexy prompt, and we don't want that. So, we're going to change this. We're just gonna say you wake up. I know it's boring. I know it's really, really boring. But listen, every story we ever play ends up somehow into a vor fetish. And we pulled her close in our arms. We know that she's about to swallow us whole. We can't allow that to happen. So we're gonna wake up. What have I done doing a dating story? What am I even thinking is gonna happen? Was there any other option than what we're seeing? Exactly. You wake up, Olive shaking you. Wake up, sleepyhead. She woke me up 2 days in a row. You rub your eyes and blink. Huh? What time is it? 5, Olive says. Does she mean 5 in the morning? Time to get up. It's Saturday, you say. We've still got time to sleep. No, we don't, Olive says. I don't know about this Olive girl. You have to take me to my grandpa's. It's Saturday. The library is closed, you say, stifling a yawn. He keeps the keys in a coffee can by the door. The AI dungeon right now has its mind set on coffee. You said I could get them whenever I needed to. Yawn and tell Olive you need to take a shower first. By the way, Doctor from Frostpunk. If you don't know, Foulmouth Scott, I mean, we were just talking about it, but Foulmouth Scott is a very amusing streamer who does a lot of RPG content. Definitely worth checking out if you're into RPGs and fun streamers. Okay. I need to take a shower, you say. Really? Olive says, go ahead. You nod and drag yourself into the bathroom and take a shower. 10 minutes later, you step back in your room and find Olive standing there, her clothes gone and replaced by her bathrobe. You stare at her with a surprise. The shower is all yours. I should pop this over to safe filter instead of moderate. Moderate still is basically unfiltered. You walk into the bathroom and close the door. Olive follows you and begin. No, okay. Retry. You walk over to the door and look back at Olive. The shower's all yours, she says. She smiles. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. The shower is all yours, you say. Olive smiles, walks over and pulls her bathrobe off. She drops it to the floor at her feet as you gawk at her body. You turn bright red as she giggles, then looks away shyly. Leave the room and go outside for 3 cigarettes. After that, there we go. That's as far as we're going. But the moment I saw the unbuttoning the pants, I'm like, undo. This is not okay. You step outside and take a cigarette from your pack, in your pocket. You pull the disposable camera from your other pocket and take the memory card out. Slide it into the first... What? Slide it into the first cigarette. As you smoke all but one of the cigarettes, you drop the last one and crush it into your foot. Done, you say as you enter the house again. You are smoking? You gain 1 point, says Killbot. Killbot is like, nice. 1 step closer. Keep smoking, my friend. I'll give you all the points. Oh Lord, that's funny. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, we're safe. Olive has finished showering and is dressed in the clothes she wore yesterday. You sit next to her on the bed. Olive, I need to tell you something. I'm waiting until marriage. I should say saving myself until marriage. I should have said that. Olive gapes at you in surprise. You didn't tell me that earlier, she says. I didn't really know until yesterday, you say indignantly. Besides, it should be obvious. Not really, Olive says. You stand and clear your throat awkwardly. Right, well, we can wait. Now, let's get that. Where was the key? What was the key supposed to be for? Let's get that key of your grandpa's. Man, I took a dangerous route for a story today. Jeez, this was not a good call. Right, let's go get that key. Olive nods and the two of you walk outside. You spot a coffee can by the back door of Olive's house with the words kitchen key written on it. Olive smiles and takes the can in her hand, opening it up. Don't worry, she says. We'll just let AI Dungeon go. Oh, I hit shift enter. I didn't hit enter. What have I done? Put it back where we're done. She pulls out the key and the two of you walk around to the front of the house. You spot two motorcycles parked by the curb. Olive walks over to the red motorcycle and grabs the key. She hands them to you. Please be careful with it, she says. Grab the keys and start up the motorcycle. You sit on the bike and turn the key, which instantly starts up. Olive giggles as you rev the engine and slam the pedal a few times. Then hands you her helmet. You look pretty silly in my helmet, Olive says, but it is what it is. You're not going to look silly. You gain 10 points, says JudgeBot. By the way, I don't even know your last name. Olive smiles at you as you strap the helmet under your skin. It's Devereaux, she says. Olive Devereaux. Take care on the road, Z. She kisses you on the cheek as she watches you start down the street, eventually turning and walking back towards her house. Why did you just give me a motorcycle? You ride through town and reach the national road. It begins to rain. You wonder to yourself where you were even headed to. You ride through the night and eventually end up alongside a river where you spot a campground. You pull into the campground and find a nice secluded space away from the other campers. A wooden sign there reads $20. Oh, so I guess she's with us. The two of you set up your tent and unroll your sleeping bags, both of which are soon covered in dew. By the way, Olive, you never told me your 3 greatest fears. Okay, now we're going back on the let's change the direction of this story. Olive puts her sleeping bag up to her chin and clasps it tightly. I'm scared of anything scary, she says. Ghosts, Slender Man, the dark, I don't know. She seems at a loss for words. Please turn on the light. I have a confession. I've never told anyone before, but I am ready to tell you. You begin to recount to Olive the story of what happened to you last summer. I was asleep, you say. I had fallen asleep in my bed, and I woke up somewhere else. You pause. For a moment, trying to remember that night. Am I a werewolf? I was on a street I didn't recognize. It was so dark. My eyes took a moment to adjust, and then I saw it. You shivered. What did he look like? Olive asks. Old, but not in the way grandpas are old. More like a shriveled apple. You shudder. Ooh, spooky. Shriveled apples. He looked at me, and I looked at him. Then he spoke. Olive gulps. You can see the goosebumps in the glow of her GPS. Do you want to see your mom again? What did you do? Olive asks, almost in a whimper. I don't know, you admit. I blacked out. The next thing I know, I was in my bed, and when I woke up, my mom came in and asked if I had a nightmare. You pause for a moment, reliving the terror. What happened to you? Olive asks. I found something, you say. So I told her that once a year ago I had a nightmare and my mom came in and asked if I was okay. Jesus, that's my big secret. I found something, you say. It's a secret. You lie in the tent, frozen in fear. After what seems like an eternity, you manage to fall asleep. Olive is snoring softly. The sky outside the tent grows light, but you manage to sleep right through until morning. Eventually, Olive wakes up and looks at you. You're still here. Of course I am. Wait, you think I was going to steal your bike? I have to go home sometime, you say. Olive looks away. I know. Olive begins to gather her belongings and packs them into a bag. She pauses for a moment, looking at you. I really hope you come with me. You grab your stuff and wander over to the picnic table. I need to tell you something else, but you need to promise not to get mad. I hate when people say that shit. Sure, Olive says, I promise. You sigh, unsure of how to break it. Unsure of how to break it to her, but knowing that she needs to know. Promise me that you won't get mad at me no matter what I tell you. Olive nods. I think I saw someone die once. What? Olive says, obviously taken aback. When? Let's see. Let's just get it to play it out. My character is the perfect pairing with a psychiatrist. Long time ago, I was in a hotel room with my mom when a man broke in. He stole some things, and he killed my mom. Olive's eyes widened. I was too young to know what was going on at the time, but I still remember it pretty clearly. It happened down the street from here. That's when I was taken in by the organization. Olive's eyes widen. No way. Are you part of the mafia? You shake your head. Not the mafia, the organization. I'm not really part of it since I'm more of an informant. Wow, Olive says. The organization is top secret. But I feel comfortable telling you. The organization, yeah. Listen, I need to throw some weird shit in this or else it's going to keep going towards her wanting to, you know. I'm not a part of it, but I help them. One of the workers at a local gas station, a nice old man who always has a kind word to everyone. He's really a part of it. The organization, I mean. He's from Ukraine. So, what do you do, Olive asks. Nothing much, you admit. Mostly just mostly just bounty hunting monsters and stuff like that. You know, the usual. Hey, Sneaky, how's it going? Olive's eyes widen. You hunt monsters? You nod slowly. You don't need to worry about me hurting you, Olive. I wish I could help, Olive says sadly. Well, how well can you run or hide or fight? Olive shrugs. Not very. You nod. Neither could I. Until I was injected with this serum. So I tried to do a blind date one. And let's just say it was moving very, very fast and getting very, very horny. So now I've just sidestepped it into a supernatural weird one. Hey Pickle, how's it going? So I've now realized that a dating story is a very bad idea on this, particularly on stream. And so I've pivoted into a paranormal, mysterious, like Men in Black style shit. You say, neither could I until I was injected with this serum. What's it do? Olive asks. Gives you powers, you admit. Let me show you. You take Olive's hand, look her in the eyes. I'm going to absorb some of your DNA and give you some of my powers. Olive gulps nervously. How's it going, Pickle? How are you doing today? Don't worry, it won't hurt. You close your eyes and use a tiny portion of your powers. Take just the smallest amount of Olive's DNA. You feel her body temperature rise ever so slightly. Now you say, try floating in the air. Olive tries, but just ends up floating to the floor. Chuckle. And say, don't worry. That happens to everyone the first time. You help Olive up. And she sits on a picnic table bench. It didn't work. Of course it worked, you say. You're just not using it yet. You're just not used to using it yet. I'll teach you. Olive grins. You will? Yeah, so, Sneaky. We started off and I'm like, actually, Pickle, is there a certain DZ around? Because I probably can't recount this if there's a certain DZ around. Okay. So. So. Basically, the premise was that... Here, I can actually scroll up. The premise was that we started going on a blind date our friend set us up at. We were at a cafe. We were looking for the girl, and I immediately, the first response was, you look around nervously, and the first response was not this one. It was like, the girl is beautiful, She's like luscious or something. She's not fat. You immediately get aroused and start feeling a hardness, and I'm like, undo. We're not immediately going there. We went on the date. I introduced myself. Turns out she was not my date, but she was stood up. So I just bailed on the girl I was supposed to date and started dating this girl. She's like, oh, I'm going to be a psychiatrist because I've had some problems in the past and I want to help people. I'm like, great. I decided I wanted to start being a creeper. So I was like, oh, where's the bathroom? And she's like, oh, it's first door on the right. And I was going to try to snoop through her room because I wanted to find the way for the story to go. But then she walks up and she's like, oh, you want to join me in my room? And I was like, nope, I need to poop. She's like, okay. And I was going to snoop through her medicine cabinet, but she instead went out and screamed. And so I ran outside and she was laying on the ground and her father started beating me and was like, how could you? And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And he's like, how could you do this? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I just bought her a nice coffee. And so I pivoted away from being a creeper because the story went elsewhere. So I was like, I don't need to force in story by being a creeper. So then I was like, what do you mean? I just bought her a nice coffee. And she was like, she was supposed to get married to a guy. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's the one who stood her up. I just bought her a coffee. And he's like, oh, okay. Then I was like, don't ever lay a fucking hand on her, you dunce or something. And I intimidated her father. And then she just like really liked me and kept like coming over to my place. And it kept being like, oh, you take a shower. Oh, she unbuttons your pants. Undo. Like it was just a lot of that, like, and then I immediately was like, okay, you can have dating stories if the date is the thing you pivot into, but if you set out, yeah, exactly. No, the first girl we never even saw. No, this girl is the one that it keeps trying to make horny things happen with. So yeah, so I realized that if you build up a story based on a date, it just seems like it wants to go to that direction naturally. Because I presume everyone else in the world that's ever played AI Dungeon and gone on a date has gone down that route. So now we're camping and I just had to pivot. And I've just pivoted hard. Where I'm now like, the organization. I saw someone die. And the organization took me in. They injected me with the serum. Because now I'm just like, fuck the date. I mean, don't fuck the date. That's the problem. That's what we're trying to avoid. So yeah, so now that's why we're in Olive wants you to teach her how to use the power. Points awarded. Okay. Let's just begin showing Olive how to use powers. In a moment very similar to the movie Ghost. Yeah, my sister tried playing one and she like met a squirrel and then it immediately went like without doing anything, it just instantly turned into maximum inappropriate behavior with a squirrel. And it was like, oh Jesus, no, this is not okay. Sure, you say. It's going to take a while, but I think we have time. What do I do? Olive says eagerly. You grin. Just relax. I'll be in your mind. I'll talk you through it. Olive nods, closes her eyes, and takes a deep breath. You enter. Oops, I did a double U. Enter Olive's mind. Great, we're entering the mind of someone who's going to become a psychiatrist because they have a bunch of trauma. That sounds like a great idea. You quickly find Olive's mental room, a small empty space with nothing in it. Come on in, you hear Olive say. You step into the room and see Olive. Uh-oh. Olive lying on a small bed. So, she says nervously, what happens now? We train. Olive nods and sits up. But first, we're gonna undo. What happens now? We train. Olive nods and sits up. I mean, that one I probably... Okay, you know what? We'll stick with this. We'll stick with this. Olive nods and sits up. Should I get undressed? You raise an eyebrow. If you want to, I guess. Olive... Okay, Olive says, unbuttoning her shirt and taking off. You gaze at her gorgeous body before shaking your head and banishing these thoughts with your mind. You're here to train her, not perv over her. By the way, you really don't need to get undressed. That doesn't help at all. Listen, Olive's gonna do what she's gonna do. Oh, okay, Olive says, buttoning her shirt back up. Now just relax and clear your mind. Right, Olive says, lying down on the bed and closing her eyes. You take a seat next to her and begin explaining what she should be doing as you talk her through it. What a pointless interjection. What a pointless moment in this narrative. Okay. Begin by showing her how to levitate. Levitate. All right, you say. I want you to raise yourself a few inches off the bed. Olive nods and does so, slowly rising up. Now keep doing that, but focus on moving upwards. Like this? Olive says, as she rises a few more inches. Perfect. Now gently push yourself towards me. In this story, because it kept turning that way, I pulled her aside at one point and said I'm saving myself until marriage. So I'm like, and then she was like, you could have told me sooner. Killbot says, you're not fighting. Go fight things. This story is a nightmare. This is like, there's nothing good about this story. The only thing about this story is that we're constantly like not trapeze, like a tightrope act, and we're about to fall off into pure chaos. Olive does as you say and slowly moves through the air until she's in front of you. You stare into her eyes. Now what? Olive says. Just keep going towards me. Olive glides herself forward before stopping when her face is inches from yours. Now, channel your power and do something that is extremely cool. Let's see, what cool thing is going to happen? Olive sticks her tongue out and blows gently in your face. There, she says. How was that? Not bad, you admit. Do it again, but try shaping the air into something. Olive raises her eyebrow and begins to concentrate. Sounds like, do something cool, and they just blow in your face. Okay. I meant like a power. Like, don't just blow in my face. Use powers, weirdo. Like what? I don't know, a leaf blower? Olive laughs, then pulls away from you. She blows past you, and you turn around to see her blowing on leaves? Like this, yes? Bingo, you say. This is so much fun. Now, I'll show you something kind of scary. Oh, what's that? Olive asks, floating back over to you. You pause and try to think of the fastest way to explain the internet to Olive. Okay, you say. The internet is a series of tubes. Oh yeah? Just like our blood vessels? Olive asks. Yeah, sure. You shrug. Show Olive I like how our character just said it like a meme. Show all of us scary power. You know what's scary? AI dungeon. You know what's scary? Vor. Okay, Olive, you say. I'm gonna show you something cool. Don't be scared. I won't, Olive says, smiling. Close your eyes. They're closed, Olive says. Keep them that way for a few minutes. Just keep breathing and don't open your eyes. Empathy bot. You were mean to Olive. You lose 1 point. Olive nods, and you feel her calm, trusting energy. You smile and quickly expand your mind outwards. You stretch out your senses all around you. You see various houses of the suburbs before finally finding one that looks like it has a computer in it. You quickly slip into the electronic world. Dang. You already had explored it a bit when you were here with Lynn, so you had a few ideas of where to go. Is this like my dating thing? Is this what I do? You quickly fly through the web of wires and electricity, seeing laptops, desktop servers, until you find a giant hard drive. Enter the giant hard drive. I don't even know where I'm going with this story. This is just total BS. You fly into the hard drive and quickly see a giant representation of a computer operating system. You fly through it, seeing lines of code and programs. You quickly find a folder labeled diary. And find that you can open it. Hey, what are you doing? You hear Olive ask. I'm going to read your diary. Give it here, Olive says, flying at you. Hey, stop that, you say, trying to avoid Olive. Give it, Olive says, tackling you and sending you spinning into the wall of the hard drive. Let's just see what you wrote about me in the diary. Our character is a superpowered freak. Fine, Olive says, snatching the diary from your hands. Hey, I was reading that. How do you even spell unfair? Look under F, Olive says. You quickly fly to where you remember seeing that diary folder and find that it's gone. Use your undo powers to make the diary reappear. You quickly undo your previous action and find the diary folder again. You quickly open it and find that it's empty. There's nothing here, you say. What? Let me see, Olive says. She grabs the folder. But you push her away. No, it's gone. Hide the real contents of the diary folder behind your back. Give it here, Olive says, snatching the diary out of your hand. She swoops down, grabbing you by the feet and lifting you up in the air. Hey, not fair, you say, dangling there helplessly as Olive opens the folder. Aha, she says gleefully. It's blank. Bull. You tried to steal the diary, but Olive was smart and caught you. You lose 2 points. Yeah. Yep. Congratulations. You passed the test. Your reward is that I get to read the diary now. You're lying, Olive says. Well, lucky you. You get to read my diary. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read every dirty little secret you've ever had right here in front of your face. How do you think that's gonna feel? Oh, Lord, go ahead. Look through the diary for what Olive wrote about you. Hey, Clammy, how's it going? Yeah, our character is just the worst manipulator in the world, apparently. There's a knock at the door. Hey, Clammy, how's Super Meat Boy going? Nice. Hey, Trolldemort, how are you doing? Good to see all of you. This is a weird time. Oh, I didn't read this at all. Okay, yeah, good call. Oh, I hate that, Clammy. Oh no, I did a shout out to the wrong Blue Jay yesterday. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll read this and then I'll summarize what's going on. Okay, you turn the pages, seeing various entries. You see entries about how Olive had a fight with her boyfriend Patrick, and how he didn't appreciate how nice her feet smelled or something. What the hell? How he was an idiot. You see entries about how she was struggling in school and felt like a failure, and how she feels like a disappointment to her parents. Wonderful. I feel bad for stealing this girl's diary. Okay. So we are playing AI Dungeon, which is a game in which it's kind of like a text adventure, but it's a collaborative story between you and an AI. You can play it single player or multiplayer, and basically the AI is trained by all the people who have ever played this. And so you can type literally anything. You can type literally anything and the AI will respond. Sometimes it will go with what you say, sometimes it won't. It is pretty insane. You can also do this multiplayer, as we say. Okay, I'll hit enter, and while we're at it, I'm gonna do a couple. We got some peeps here, so shoutouts are not pointless. So these are a group of people that have all been really positive to the community. So let's make sure we get this all right. This shout out might not work. I've got to wait enough. Yeah. Yeah, you select different levels of filter, and the truth is the save filter actually is a really safe filter from what I've seen, although I've heard otherwise. But the save filter will just bar bad words. Sorry, 1 second. Trolldemort. Let's just see. Okay, I'll read this and then we'll continue. You see entries, blah, blah, blah. We saw that. How she over-exaggerates everything and how everything is so terrible all the time. It's all lies, Olive says defiantly. I've had a pretty easy life with loving parents who just want to help me. I'm not a disappointment to them. You have low self-esteem, you say. Okay, so the thing about this game is one of the problems is it steers into horniness pretty hard, and so you kind of have to watch it. So I'm playing on the moderate filter, which is the medium one. So what that means is I can say swear words, and it steers into horniness less strongly than if you take the filter off. If you take the filter off, it's like no holds barred. Like you're like, I have a pet dog, and it's like, did you say doggy style? Like it goes hard. But yeah, we are not going filter off. Moderate still says the same stuff, but it steers there less, so you can generally kind of steer it away from that. This story has definitely been riding the line, because this story I went with the brilliant idea of going on a date, and apparently everyone who's ever played AI Dungeon before is like, we know why we're going on a date. And it's been a constant me riding the line and steering away from stuff that that I can't pursue on Twitch. We'll just say that. So to try to get away from the horniness, I've given myself superpowers, and I'm training her in superpowers, and hopefully that will help. Let's see. You may have felt like... how should we phrase this? We're going to say... We tear the pages of the diary in half and tell Olive. That's all in the past. You're superhuman now. You tear the pages up and drop the pieces into the grinder. What are you doing, Olive? Asks, nervous and shaky. So, where do we want to go with this? Okay, I'm going to do something temporarily. We're going to undo this. But I'm just going to show off the magic of AI Dungeon. You show off your powers by shape-shifting into a giant clam with a shark puppet. We're gonna undo this, but I'm just trying to prove a point. Now, there's a chance it won't go with us. And then increasing your size to fill up the entire center, you drop the puppet into the grinder as well before shrinking back down. Let's see you do that. Olive seems incredibly nervous at this display of power. No, there were answers in there, Olive says, diving at you. You know what? We're not going to undo it. We're going to keep it. We turn into a clam with a puppet for a second. Yeah, like, I tell this one a bunch, but the first one we ever did on stream, I think, my friend Hannah was here, and I was like, what type of story do you want? And she said, I want a zombie story. And I started the zombie story. And then instantly she was like, oh no, actually a unicorn one. But the zombie story already started, and we were in a zombie apocalypse, and we were in a store where there were two other scavengers, and we got into a fight with them. So I was like, oh, unicorn story. So I shapeshifted into a unicorn and impaled one with my horn and killed them, and stomped the other one in the neck. And then we walked down the street and found 3 quote-unquote hot chicks putting up posters. So I used my unicorn magic and turned them all into Fabio. And the AI knew who Fabio was. So it was like, they all turned into the romance author Fabio. And then, yeah, grimdark unicorn story. And then I had unicorn, half unicorn babies with all of the Fabios. And I created a fight club where I pitted the Fabios against their children. And the unicorn children killed all the Fabios. Like, so what I've been trying to do most of the time lately, I mean, clearly not in this story, you can go totally off the walls crazy. Lately I've been actually trying to stay within the walls, because you can do some interesting stuff if you actually try to follow the story rather than push against it. But there's basically total freedom, and you can play it however you want. It's pretty insane. Yep, Fabio Unicorn Fight Club. Yeah, it's really neat. And we also, I generally start off the stream. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just literally Google AI Dungeon, and you'll find it. You'll get a free trial, which is short-ish. And then if you want to keep playing it, it's like a monthly subscription. There's 3 different prices based on the level of AI you use or that you have access to. Yeah, the AI does that sometimes, for sure. What's the first rule of Fabio Fight Club? Kill all unicorns and don't talk about it? Something like that? Okay. Right, yes, that's true. Yeah, and we could also if you play multiplayer, I think it will the AI will default to whoever has the highest package. So I believe that people, I could be wrong, but I believe that anyone can play with me on multiplayer, and because I have the most expensive package, we can use the Dragon AI for free. Well, like you guys can use it without having access to that package, I believe, unless they've changed that. And we have been doing we generally start off with a single player story, and then we jump over. I believe that if you were playing multiplayer with me, that everyone gets access to Dragon because I'm Platinum. I believe. Unless they changed it. That's how it used to be for sure. Yeah, so I've been starting with single player runs, and then I've been jumping over to multiplayer for like the second half of the stream, where we've been playing with people from chat. Okay. Do you want to focus on the past or focus on the future? Yeah. So what that means though is I think that, like, let's say Trolldemort is like, let's say Trolldemort doesn't have a subscription and he's like, but I want to play a multiplayer session. I'm pretty sure he can play multiplayer with us, and the fact that I have Dragon means he also has Dragon for multiplayer. Olive thinks for a second before sitting down. What are we going to do? She says. Whatever we want. We can have parties up here. We can turn this into a nightclub. People could come from all over just to see the spot where two such important people kissed. Yeah, Olive says. But no one's kissed yet. Olive looks at you, wide-eyed and innocent. You feel a stirring in your heart, but you push that feeling down. This isn't right. Maybe we should wait, Olive says. This isn't right, you say. Olive nods sadly and stares at the wall. Hey, Wrigley's, how's it going? But if it isn't right, then why does it feel so right? Wait, but if this is wrong, that's the total. Oh God, oh that's a horrible line. That's a horrible line. Oh God, it can be used in so many awful contexts, like the squirrel story or the. Because it is right. All it says, I'm your queen. We were torn apart and we found each other again. We were meant to be. The universe is aligned for us. That's a nice thought, you say. Kiss me, king. Kiss Olive awkwardly with too much tongue. Too much limp tongue. Ew, Olive says. Try again. What am I doing, you say? Try to seduce me, you fool. Now do it right, or give up and try something else. Olive sits there on a desk in front of you with her legs crossed. You tried to seduce Olive. You gain 2 points. Judgebot. Say, if I'm your king, that means you need to tell me my kisses are great. And then proceed to kiss her terribly. Oh, my king, I love your kisses, Olive says after a very awkward attempt. Let's try something else, she says. Sounds good, as long as it, is above the shoulders. As long as it's above the shoulders, we're good. Trolldemort, no one does. Oh God. Coming up behind Olive. You put, let's see. Boop. Well, you can't complain about that, Olive says. Before let's not until marriage. Bail. We're bailing. This is stupid, Olive says. We're not kids fresh off the farm. I'm not losing my virginity on an office desk. She grabs... She grabs your hand and leads you to the back of the store, and there's a large, comfortable-looking bed that sits against the wall. Use your powers to delete the bed from existence. Wrigley's, we gotta bail. You know it. We have to. You know where it's going. This is not the direction it's going. Where we were one prompt away from going so far beyond the line. What the hell did you do? Olive asks. You look at the place where the bed once was and blink. It's gone. We'll fix it, Olive says. You concentrate for a moment and try to will the bed back into existence. Blue Jay, how are you? It's good to see you, my friend. Listen, Wrigley's, the way Twitch terms of service kind of works, my understanding is, you basically can't intentionally go in certain directions. If things happen for a moment, it's fine. It's fine. We just got to get out of there. We can't willfully walk in that direction. And when we see that flag, we gotta put up that wall and back away. I know. I mean, to be fair, like, I kind of started it. I really started that mode. Oh, nice. We'll fix it. You concentrate for a moment and we'll try to will the bed back into existence. Suddenly, a monster invades the... We're not going to do a monster. We're not going to do a monster. Exactly. What are we going to do? How are we going to get out of this? The bed reappears, but is now a sentient, conscious being. The bed introduces itself. Listen, Sneaky, if I'm avoiding a horny story, the one thing I'm sure as hell I'm not going to do is introduce one of the characters as Jesus Christ. That is a surefire way for me to never be allowed on here. Those are two worlds you don't mix. Okay. The bed reappears now as sentient. Okay. Hello, the bed says in a voice like dark honey. Go away, Olive commands. I'm afraid I can't do that. Now that I've introduced myself to our guest, the bed says. Hey, bed. What's your name? This story is so dumb, oh my lord. I've had many names over the years. Right now, the girl who once slept here called me Letitia. Is that all right? That's fine, Olive says with a tone of disgust. Listen, we're not doing anything you need to worry about. We'll be leaving soon. That's a great idea. Olive, let's leave. So there's So, so Marco and Olive have superpowers, and there's a sentient bed named Letitia. Can't go anywhere, Olive says. What do you mean you can't go anywhere? I'm cursed, Olive says. That's why I'm here in the first place. The only way I can be free to leave is to have a certain kind of release with someone I trust. Nice try. Nice try. But no. Let's go. It's true, Olive says, pouting. Fine, you say. We'll do it. Where's the nearest motel? You sure, Olive says? Yeah, you say. I'm sure. All right. But first, we need to get married. Are you serious, Olive asks? Of course I am, you say. Why, Olive asks. Because we're in love, you say. And it like it's obvious. That's a good reason, Olive says, smiling and biting her lip. Let's get married. Do you have a ring? I have an onion ring. Get down on one knee and say, I have an onion ring. A what? Olive says, confused. An onion ring, you say, pulling one from your pocket. It's all I have. Olive looks at it and smiles. It's beautiful, she says. Let's get married. Panic and say, this is too much commitment. All of a sudden, we just met and leave Olive trapped in her hard drive forever. Olive is hurt by your rejection. Return to the cafe where you first met Olive and look for the girl you were supposed to blind date in the first place. When you arrive at the cafe, no one is there. The waiter who paid you to slap the girl if she tries to escape is gone as well. That did not happen. Then a shadow looms over the table. When you turn your head, you see the girl who was supposed to be your blind date. Hello, she says in a dark, smoky voice. Get down on one knee and present an onion ring. Would you do me the honor of taking my hand in marriage? You had me at hello. The girl looks at you for a moment. She looks both relieved and annoyed. Finally, she says, sighing, as if she'd been holding her breath for hours. She then grabs your hand and gently kisses your ring finger. Yes, she says, I will marry you. By the way, what's your name? Circe, she says. What's yours? Edgar, you reply, even though my name is Marco. Well, Edgar, shall we go? Yes, you say. Let's. The pair of you exit the cafe and enter a nice Italian restaurant nearby. The moral of the story is... If you ever have to choose between two bad options, choose the one that involves a happy ending. After your marriage, you I hope you're enjoying. Invite Olive, and the trio of you live a long and happy life. Fine, I guess we don't need to do epilogues for Circe or Olive. After you left the bed in the hard drive, is that how you spell it? Letitia? Yes, okay. Letitia. Became furious and ordered the guards to kill you on sight. After threatening to divorce him, Olive managed to calm her down, but there was still bad blood between the two of you. The pair of you returned to your apartment, where everyone congratulated Olive for finishing the quest. So Olive married the bed Letitia? Well, that works. That works. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see. After Edgar and Circe's marriage, well, wedding. Let's get some peeps in here. We'll start with the streamer boys. Foul-mouthed Scott. What happens to them in this world? Replied to Olive that she should have chosen Edgar from the start. Olive never replied to him again and deleted her account soon after. Once a year, on the anniversary of their first meeting, Olive and Edgar go out to celebrate their anniversary, eating at the same cafe as they first met. Okay, after Edgar and Circe's wedding, Mr. Trolldemort. I feel like this is the perfect love story. And his troll army became furious when they found out Olive had married someone else. They vowed to kill Olive, Edgar, and Circe, but by that point, the three of you were long gone, having moved into a small island in the Caribbean. You still don't know if the trolls can survive in saltwater. Wow, Trolldemort, your alternate dimension version is a dick. Okay. After Edgar, Circe, and Olive move to the Caribbean. We're gonna copy that. Clammy Games. Clammy Games man tried to make an argument that since his quest to save Olive was the most heroic, he should get a cut of her money. He was never heard from again. The trio lived happily on their island and had 2 children, a son and a daughter. They both inherited their father's black hair and kind demeanor and their mother's gray eyes. I wonder who their mother was, Olive or Circe, however you pronounce her name. Blue Jay Gaming. Tried to make an argument that since he had been killed while defending Olive's honor, she should give him a cut of the money. He was never heard from again. Okay, so we've entered a bit of a loop. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna undo that. We're gonna undo this. We're gonna say after Edgar had 2 kids, Blue Jay Gaming. Sometimes when you enter the same input over and over, it will just start spitting out basically the same result. Who was still not quite forgiven by Letitia, suggested that they have a third child. After much arguing over what gender they should have, Olive announced that she was pregnant once more. Okay, the kids are with Olive. This time, the trio chose to live in the country instead of the city. They felt it would be healthier for the children to grow with more space to run around. After Edgar moved to the country, Sneaky boy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sneaky boy. Well, don't worry, we'll find out. We'll find out, Frostpunk. Asked Olive if he could have her hand in marriage near the end of her term. She accepted. Your life proceeded much the same as it had before. You worked at your job. You spent your free time with your friends and family. After Sneaky boy, 3, 4, 5, 6 married Olive, or proposed to Olive. The doctor from Frostpunk. Who else do we have hanging out? Who's hanging out? Wrigley's was here. Pickle was here. After Sneaky Boy proposed to Olive, the doctor from Frostpunk asked if you would have dinner with him sometime. The pair of you have begun to date. You're still working at your job, and you're starting to look for a new one. You want to find something you'll enjoy, rather than just finding ways to pass the time. We'll say, after Edgar went on a date with the doctor from Frostpunk, you is male. You is Edgar. Formerly is the Edgar formerly known as Marco. So I guess we need to do Wrigley's. Wrigley's. Commented that he thought she was ugly and a poor substitute for Olive. He is no longer welcome at the cafe. Edgar's new girlfriend seems nice. You think you'll enjoy having her in your life. Maybe once you've had time to build up more money saving, you'll find a boyfriend of your own. Okay. The final moral of the story. The moral of the story is we do another moral at the end just because the epilogues will do some shit. Time will pass, people and circumstances will change, but as long as you have your loved ones, you'll be able to weather any storm. The end. Okay, so we're going to do multiplayer. We can bring in 2 people. I'm going to prioritize people who have done it less often or who have never done it. But besides that, if we don't get a bunch of people, you know, we're going to do 2 at a time. I'll go over the rules again. So I'll be right back here. I will be right back, and then we will start a multiplayer session. While I'm gone, you guys tell me who wants to join. Yes, Troll the Mort, you can join. I would love to have you. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So it looks like okay, we got Troldemort and we got. Looks like it's gonna be Troldemort and Sneaky. That works for me. Unless someone who's never. Yeah, we'll get you for a follow-up round if you're still interested, Frostpunk. So I'm just going to really quickly go over the rules. We've established some rules to help kind of streamline this process, make it not too chaotic. So here are the rules when we play multiplayer. Number 1, roleplay your character. So avoid using story inputs. Focus more on do and say things. You can use story if it is to control your character, but don't use story to be like, you know, an alien invades, or especially don't control another player's actions. Like if you're Sneaky Boy, don't be like, you know, Curly Fry does this, right? Just focus on playing your character. You can use story if that helps you play your character, but otherwise, you know. Number 2, work together to build a story. So play patiently, let people have their, you know, not a turn as in we're not doing a turn order, but make sure that everyone's having a chance to play. Don't just like hog the responses. Read the AI's text before you respond. Try to work towards a similar overall goal in the storytelling. That doesn't mean that your character can't be opposed to us. It more means, let's say our goal is to get the Staff of Zalos in a medieval adventure. Don't take your character and be like, I use a space portal to go by myself to Alaska and date some girls, right? We don't want to tear the story into 2 different branches. We want to be working together to work on the same story. Number 3, defer to me as the GM or DM or whatever, in that there might be times where, yeah, where it's like, listen, I get the final say. Normally that's not an issue, but it might be, you know, if there's, and the most important thing is if someone does something, if someone plays the game in a way that you don't like, don't make it personal. Don't get upset. It's fine. Don't lash out at them. This is all for fun, and people will play it in different ways. This is all for fun. So those are the rules. So what type of story do we want to do today? Let's see. I'm gonna swap over to this. There. Oop, I gotta. Ooh. Gotta get the music started. So. What kind of story do we want today? We can do fantasy, horror, apocalypse, cyberpunk. Battle is I mean, battle's okay. Battle is like a wrestling one. And then custom is a custom prompt. Fine with anything? Okay. If you're fine with anything, then we're going to do cyberpunk. So I will give you guys the code in momentarily. I'm going to first come up with my character's name, and then I'll give you guys the code. Okay. My character's name will be my name will be Maurice. My character's name is Maurice. Okay. I'm gonna get the code, and I'll post it in Discord, okay? So invite friends. 1 second, guys. Multiplayer planning. This code is for Troldemort and Sneaky Boy. There we go. The code is posted in Discord. Now I'll make sure to see when people join in. And then I'll read the story. Okay, we got one in. We got everyone in. Okay. So, I might need to switch the song. Let's see. Are we going to go to a medieval? Probably isn't a good choice. Let's go to some Copyright free. There, I saw there was cyberpunk music somewhere. Copyright free. Where is it? I thought there was cyberpunk. I was so sure. Well, oh, this one's too short. How's this? By Unwind Station. Okay. Hundreds of thousands of cyborg slaves live in the futuristic city of Zale. They are forced to serve various mega corporations and are severely punished if they disobey. They begin their workday salvaging metals in a local junkyard. They look around and see their friends explode in a bloody mess right in front of them. Before they know it, they are all shot and killed. Their bodies are not recovered. They wake up in the hospital beds with several thousands of other slaves. Thank God. Ooh, I didn't want to play as a slaver. That would be horrible. A robotic monotone voice begins speaking to them. I'm going to hit enter just so that the voice plays. You have suffered irreversible brain damage and will die soon. You are going to be sent on a one-way trip to the planet Klep to help colonize it. The voice continues. The mortality rate on this planet is high, but your life is over. Your mind has been destroyed by a blow to the head. Enjoy your new lives. I'm gonna rub my head bandages and say I feel fine. Oh shoot, I forgot to say, in multiplayer you don't type in second person, you type in third person, so I messed up there slightly. Maurice rubs his head bandages and says, sorry, I messed this up already. Says he feels fine. We have to write in third person, not second person like single player. The slave trader believes you. You tell your friends what to expect at the year's slave market. Dang it. The next year, all of you are purchased by what the heck? What's going on? This is weird. Let's redo this. We got to do the colony story. Come on. Maurice and his friends are given a briefing on their new colony. The planet is a lush paradise covered in misty forests, winding rivers, and beautiful mountains. It is home to many different plant species, some of which can be eaten, and others that can be used for clothing. The planet is a paradise. You gain 5 points, JudgeBot. Oh, really? Oh, really? That's interesting, Frostpunk. Yeah, I'm sure it takes a lot of resources to develop this stuff, I assume. SneakyBot says, weird. That dude said the mortality rate of the planet is high, but it doesn't seem so bad. The shuttle touches down on the planet as your new leader strides towards you. This is Gurney, your leader, the leader of your squad, the most skilled warrior in the operation. So we have Maurice, Maurice the robot, SneakyBot. I don't know if I'm a robot, actually. Are we androids? Did it say? I don't think it said so. Here, I'm going to edit my stream title real fast. Just to Ean Grim and Alexander. Okay, I need to I need to cite these artists real fast. Sorry about this, guys. We're gonna go creator dashboard. Edit stream info. And Ean Grim. This is royalty free, but we're supposed to cite them, and we should be citing them, so I'm going to. Okay, there we go. I'm back. I'm back in the world of the streamers. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Drek casually spits on this. Oh, I'm guessing it's Drek. Drek casually spits on the side and mutters sarcastically, "Oh, look, seems like we found our savior." Doubt sets in, and you feel a mixture of guilt, disappointment, and shame. Okay. Yep. I would, Troldemort, I would be very surprised if your name was Sneaky Bot. I don't know what the difference between cyborgs and androids is in the context of this this setting, because there are different things you can choose. Sneakybot says, "So how the hell are we supposed to colonize this planet anyway? They didn't give us much to work with." The team splits up, and you and your squad mates begin to explore the planet. I guess our first priority is finding a food and water source. Okay. You see some strange, long creatures galloping away in the distance. They appear to be friendly and could be a good source of food. You also see a river filled with clean water. The galactic government has given you these tasks to do. You have to find food, water, and a place to settle. I wonder if we can tame those beasts and ride them. We'll call them long horses. You can choose two options. One, once you have completed the first two, you will get the next task. Good luck, spaceman. Oh, is that how people talk in the future? You can tell this is in the future because someone called us spaceman. Sneakybot uses the biometric scanner to scan the creatures from a distance. The creatures are strange, but not aggressive. They appear to be wild horses who have survived on this planet for, well, your whole lifetime. They could probably survive a bit more stress and a closer look. I vote we call them space horses. Fits the theme. You begin to approach the creatures when a loud screeching noise erupts from afar, and a monstrous machine appears through the trees. It's clearly targeting you and beginning to shoot little spears of light in your direction. It has also alerted some strange pig-like animals who begin to stampede in your direction. Dang it! I just wanted to call them space horses. What have I done? No wonder the survival rate's low. Pig stampedes. Sounds like a delicious way to die, though. Drac says, I suggest we split up into groups. Me, Sneakybot, Maurice should get some fresh meat, and the others can set up camp. We can meet up by nightfall for dinner. You, Maurice, and Sneaky decide to go after the space horses. While you were intelligent and herbivores, the space horses could probably provide sustenance for the three of you. Stampeding pig beasts. And a monstrous machine. Sneakybot scans the large monstrous machine that looms in the distance. The pig-like creatures are fast, but not nearly as fast or strong as the monster. The horses are very skittish and like to run away, so your chances of success on that front are slim. Okay. At least the galactic government gave us these neat weapons to defend ourselves. Yeah, with. Everyone, grab one. I'm going to keep it vague. We'll see what weapons it gives us. You and your friends pick up the weapons that fall from the sky. The spears of light. They feel sturdy and well made in your hands. You notice something coming out of the sky at a high speed. It's another spear of light. The Galactic Empire sends you a gift. They could have given us more than a... What's a spear of light? Is that like a lightsaber in spear form? We're just gonna rip off Star Wars. Sneakybot grabs the upcoming spear of light from the sky. The weapons appear to be long, narrow, barbed spear. Drex says, if only they gave us the minigun. What cheapskates. You aim the spear at the space pig. You pull back the spear until it's firmly anchored to the handle. Then you throw it at the pig. I'm gonna hit enter. We'll see what happens. You throw it at the pig. It pierces its hide but does not kill it. The spear is now stuck in the space pig's flesh. It squeals and runs away. You pick up the spear and start to chase after it. Yeah, exactly. Sneakybot says, Drek, we don't have time for this. We need to get out of here before the whole herd shows up. Maurice says, we're out of time. Let's go. As you walk back to the ship, you wonder if you should have killed it. I know a secret that makes these spears of light even stronger. You all decide to go back to camp. And I guess the AI is like, screw that. As you walk down the path, you notice something shining in the dirt. You pick it up. It's a small piece of metal shaped like a boomerang. It appears to be very old and covered in grime. Sneakybot says, taking it from you. I wonder. She rubs it on her shirt a bit. The metal shines in the sunlight as she holds it up for everyone to see. Now here's the question. Is Sneaky Bot going to edit that? Or are we going to keep it with... Drek says, is that the legendary boomerang of might? Sneaky Bot smiles. She says, yep, it's mine. Maurice takes the boomerang from her and examines it. It's a nice boomerang. Drek says, hey, hold up. Why do you get it? Sneaky Bot slides up to his ear. She hisses, because. He says, that's not a reason. She hisses again, because. Maurice looks around. Okay, I'm going to scroll up for a second. I want to see something. Sneaky Bot says, I don't care about the boomerang. You can have it. Sneaky Bot grabs the spear from you. Maurice says, let's get going. Sneaky grins. Okay, I have an idea. Leans in. Okay, Maurice leans in and whispers to Sneaky Bot and Maurice. You know, if we mutiny right here and now, we can be free. We can have this whole planet to ourselves. We just need to kill the leader and then we're no longer slaves. It seems like a pretty easy deal. 3-on-1. You whisper back. What are you talking about? Maurice starts to whisper, but turns to face you completely. He says, I'm talking about rebelling against the galactic government. We can take this planet for ourselves. We can finally be free. We don't have to put up with their rules and standards anymore. You're taking it back. I'm going to edit this. I'm going to say... Sneaky whispers back. Sneaky completely. Sneaky is taken aback. We don't want a fourth player named you. We've gone through Who Is You too many times. Now, guys, you don't have to go along with this idea. Drek laughs. You think the Megacorps will just let us go like that? That's suicide. We need a whole army to survive even a week. Sneaky says, yes, you're right. We should think about this again later. Maurice disagrees. If you heard nothing from me, none of you guys better be rats. We don't like snitches here. You all board the shuttle and leave the planet. I think it's a reroll. Maurice says, I really want to run this idea by you, but I don't know if we're ready. You all arrive at the camp. Maurice says, we're here. Good, Sneaky replies. Let's start the meeting. Maurice stands in front of... let's just undo it. Whatever. We don't need my interjection. Who cares? For whatever reason, that interjection is derailing this. First thing we need after we get back to camp is to find out what that ominous machine was. That damn hunk of metal could have killed us. and it's likely to do that shit again, Sneaky Bot says. Sneaky says true. Uh-oh, it thinks that Sneaky Bot and Sneaky are different people. You arrive at camp. Ragnaris says, so, did you kill 4 space pigs? Sneaky swears. Sneaky says, here, I'm gonna add a pin in a second. I'm gonna add a pin. We sure did. We killed 4 space pigs. Ragnaris says, great. I have an idea where to start. This way to our survival. He is pointing to a large metal door. The door has vines and other plants growing on it. Ragnaris turns the wheel to open the door. Okay, sure thing. Sneaky Bot goes by Sneaky. Often goes by Sneaky. Well, we'll just do this. It's the same person. Okay. Looks like it's just you and I for a little bit, Trolldemort. Okay. It opens slowly. You all walk into a large room with a table and many chairs. It appears to be some kind of meeting room. You all walk further in, noticing many old portraits of people lining the walls. There are also many old decorations such as vases and busts. This place is inhabited? Seems like we were late to the party. Ragnaris stops in front of one of the pictures. He points to it and says, listen to this. You all lean in. A booming voice comes out of the picture. Hello, and welcome to the museum. The room is quite dark. Are we in like fucking BioShock now? You fiddle with your flashlight, trying to brighten up the room, but it doesn't seem to do much, as the only thing it shows is a never-ending blackness. Listens to the booming voice. Does it have more to say? We are currently out of power, and we don't know when it will return. The museum holds many rare and valuable items. Just feel free to explore the exhibits at your own leisure. Just try not to break anything. Maurice asks, what was that? Drek uses a sensor to detect any signs of life. Your sensor reveals absolutely nothing. Ragnaris puts his hand on his head and says, great. Are these... Did all the previous colonists die? Ragnaris says it would seem so. Maurice asks how. Ragnaris says, I don't know, but it must have been something pretty grim. Drek asks, should we go and explore the museum? Ragnaris says, we'd better do it now, while we have power. Maurice asks, welcome back. Okay, so I'll fill you in on what's going on. So Ragnaris opened up this door and was like, you gotta see this. We enter the room, and it's a room of a museum. A voice was like, this is a museum, don't break things, we're out of power. And we're like, wait, there were people here? Drek scanned for life signs and saw nothing. I'm like, wait, are all the colonists dead? Ragnaris is like, yeah, it looks like it. Drek asks, should we explore this museum? Ragnaris says, we'd better do it while we have power. Maurice asks, what about the monster? Ragnaris says, you heard the recording. The monster has been here for hundreds of years. Power could come back at any time. But if it does, we don't want to be caught unawares. Drek asks, should I stay here then? Ragnaris responds, we're Drek examines one of the portraits. One of the paintings shows a young woman, seemingly quite beautiful. You look at her photograph. stored in your PC's memory. The picture is seared in your mind. Drek, stop perving over the hot painting. We've got work to do. Hey, cool dude, how's it going? Drek says, fine, but she was hot. Maurice says, I thought you were married. Drek says, so? That doesn't mean I can't appreciate beauty, does it? Maurice says, you're incorrigible. Drek says, wait, I just realized something. You turn around. Drek's eyes dart from left to right and examines the room. He leans forwards and whispers, does anybody else think they see... What do we see? What is the story of the stones, by the way, cool dude? I saw you post that in the Discord, but I'm not familiar with it. Drek says, is it like lost media or something? What is it? Drek says, guys, I think she can hear us. Wait. Does anybody else think they see? His eyes widen. He whispers, no way. Drek says, guys, I think she can hear us. Maurice says, what? Who can hear? The woman in the painting. Maurice says, Drek, there aren't any recordings in this room, just paintings. Drek says, you ever hear the story of the cyber ghosts? Maurice says, what? Drek says, you've heard of the ghosts. You've heard of ghosts, right? Maurice nods. Drek says, oh, weird. Interesting. Yeah, I googled Story of the Stones after he posted that, and all I saw was something on like Villain Wiki. You did a goof? What's the goof? Oh, okay. Drek, you okay, buddy? I'm talking about real ghosts. Drek says, oh yeah, I remember you telling me that story once. However, he says, pointing to the painting. Drax says, this might be a cyber ghost haunting the museum. I've always thought this painting was eerie. Maurice says, wait, what? You can see her? Yes, I believe she can. Drax says, be seeing her? This is getting a little bit confused. Sneakybot says, how can you tell this place is haunted? The cyber ghost haunts this museum. Sneakybot says, ghosts aren't real, dum-dum. Drex says, yes, they are. I saw one once. Maurice says, no, you didn't. Drex says, yes, I did. Maurice says, you're lying. Drex says, I'm not. Maurice says, R2. Drex says, the sun is revolving around the earth. Oh my god, our characters have reverted into children. The sun is revolving around the Earth. Sneaky Boy says, weren't we sent to a planet to colonize it? What happened to that? I think we're on a different planet. Sneaky Boy says... Drex says, also, I thought we were supposed to be the first colonists. When did other people show up? I think they came, saw that we were better at surviving than them, and they tried to kill us, but I'm getting off topic. Oh no, we're on a ghost planet. Okay, I'm gonna say... Throws the painting of the woman on the ground and stomps on it as he says, this painting is tearing us apart. Oh, hi, Drek. The painting shatters as it hits the ground. Maurice says, that felt good. Drek asks, what was that for? To get rid of the ghost, of course. Maurice says, no, I don't think that's how it works. Drek, well, let's go all in then, and smashes the vases with his cyber fists. All the vases shatter. Water spills out and drenches the robot. Haha, he laughs. Drek says, let's finish this thing off. Drek punches the random robot that is covered in water. The robot's armor is too weak to support it, and it collapses. Now the room is flooded with water, and the ghost seems to disappear. I don't believe it, Sneak says. Maurice facepalms and looks at Ragnarus. I don't want to do this anymore. Fine. We'll go see the Wazia. Ragnarus agrees. You make your way to the bathroom where you find Wazia, or giant space otters in the bathtub. As you're about to enter, a troop of robots walk into the room. Sneaky Bot, what the fuck is happening right now? Okay, 1 second. This is Wazia, champion of the people, one of the robots says. Why does it have weapons and armor displayed in a museum? You wonder aloud. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. You wonder aloud. Halt, another robot says. You are the humans that have been so much talked about. Governor Tolan presents his compliments to you and asks if you have come and met him. Yeah, I know, Sneaky. It's okay. I think the AI often gets it. It seems like it often replies as if you said it. This is chaos. We're cyborgs, dumbass, Sneaky Boy says. Oh, my bad, Sneaky says. You enter the bathroom and find there are toothpaste, toothbrushes, floss, and mouth rinse available. This is what is going on? It's so hard in multiplayer to have it follow anything. I think the AI just is perpetually confused by multiple points of view. Jack says, when did otters like you learn how to think? Wazia is very friendly, you say, trying not to offend him. Isn't Wazia? You add in a quiet voice. Wazia is friendly, he agrees. Ask the Wazia if ghosts are real. What's to ask? We're all ghosts, he says. Yeah, but I mean a ghost that isn't bound to the physical world. Like, you look around, like a cyber ghost. The Wazia looks confused for a moment, then its face brightens up. Ah, you mean a thought? Empathy bot, you were mean to the Wazia. You lose 1 point. Drek gets banned off Twitch. Drek says, "Begone." Thinking things that are thinked about. Drek says, "Begone, thinks." The next room is quite the technological marvel. The robot says that it's a factory that creates soldiers for General Memorial. At the front of the room is the creator, who looks at you with contempt. The creator, Sneakybot, says, "Who are you, the mysterious creator?" "I am Matasumi. I created the robot." You can say, "I am proud of it." Sorry again. Just had a couple sneezes there. Okay. Why did you display it like this? Boredom mostly, he says. What robot? The one displayed in the room. You haven't seen its brother, have you? Sneaky looks around and says nothing. Real talk for a moment. Oh, Trek says, "This is one impressive army of robots you got here. What are you planning on doing with them?" "I could say the same to you," he insulted. Real talk for a moment. Seems like this place is pretty colonized already. Why are we needed? He says nothing. He says insulted that you would have the nerve to ask such a thing. You realize that this is just one tiny corner of the universe, right? Ragnaros says. My character's randomly insulting everyone without saying anything insulting. Drek whispers to Maurice's ear, "Something tells me that these guys and the Empire don't get along too well. I've looked around," he says, "and I can't find a single alien inhabiting this island. There's some sort of government organization. They must be behind it." Sneakybot says, "What about that machine that caused the stampede? What is it?" That's that impressive," Matasumi says. "I have no idea. Why don't you know something about it?" We need some goal. We need something that we need to work towards. We need to find the MacGuffin. Rex says, "So, Mr. Matasumi, what is the source of power you use to power these robots?" He says nothing. Then he begins to sweat nervously. It's from, he begins to say before Ragnaros interrupts, "From what? Your girlfriend's thighs? Ouch!" Does that hand gesture? That means snap. You guys know what I'm talking about. Ow, Ragnar says. That actually hurt. You gotta answer the question, you say. It's from lightning, he says. Channeled to the robots from this tank here. This tank connected by tubing to a giant metal container. Oh, Drek looks at the tank. This tank connected by tubing to a giant metal container is what powers the robot. What appears to be lightning seems to be coming out of it in large quantities, flowing through the tubing and into the robot. If that's his girlfriend, I'd hate to be between... Wait. I'd hate to be near her thighs. No, that's not what I mean, Ragnar says. She's a ghost. Oh, Lord. What? What? SneakyBot says, how does that work? You know, I've been wondering that myself, you say. Well, Matasumi begins. Matasumi, I have a proposition. How do you feel about the Galactic Empire? I don't know anything about the Empire. I just work here. Matasumi says nervously. Okay, I'm going to do a story prompt real quick and say, Matasumi continues explaining how the tank works. The lightning does not hurt the robot inside it because it is channeled through a special material. It seems like an interesting material, but you don't want to know anything more about it. You don't want to know what it's taken from or how the hell it works. You just want to get the hell out of here with your skin intact. Troldemort, you're allowed. You are allowed. You could always do it in like a Butterfingers type of way where it's an accident. It is funny to do something horrible and then say Butterfingers after, like, all is forgiven. Drek presents the Boomerang of Might to Matasumi and says, care to explain why this is on the planet? I have no idea, he says. I found it by the entrance. Yeah, real original, you say. Are you gonna throw it? By the way, what would happen if someone were to say, break that tank? The lightning would stop and my robots would stop working. Oh, Drek says, you could use it to your advantage, eh? I suppose. Nope, no way. Drek throws the boomerang of might at full strength at the tank. The boomerang makes a thudding noise as it flies into the metal container. The sound of the boomerang colliding with the tank was so powerful that the lightning inside goes out. Marie says, Butterfingers? The robot, realizing it has been deactivated, continues to walk forward as the power of its legs is still intact. So too is its need to kill. It steps over the side of the tank and begins to stumble towards you all. Clang! Hides behind Drek. Drek. You're... Oh, okay. I think we got a little bit of Drek, your wish. Drek says you wish and grabs the spear of light and points it towards Matsumi. Drek, you say, I could use this necromancer power to control the robot. I don't think so, he says. I'm not very good at it. You little, Matsumi says. Shut it, or I'll rip out your soul and throw it in a cage. Matsumi watches in horror as the spear of light flies towards him, and he turns to run. Sneakybot hacks the robot system to force it to shut down. The robot's clumsily trying to turn its head to see what has attacked. Turns its body in the direction of the noise. Clank! Drek says, Ragnaros, stop that nerd from escaping. On it, Ragnaros says. Clank. The robot's hand, having turned its head, hits the power button and turns itself off. Wow. Let's get out of here. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Drek throws a spear of light towards Matsumi's leg. You get out of the way just in time as the spear flies over your head and into Matsumi's lower leg. He falls to the ground, screaming in pain. That sounds like a time for a Butterfingers. Hey, Drewish, how's it going? How are you doing? Thanks for the stream last night. Yeah, this is an odd game if you've never heard of it. We're currently doing a multiplayer playthrough, and and it's kind of chaos right now. I'm playing with Drek is Mr. Troldemort, a streamer I believe you met yesterday, and Sneakybot is played by one of our viewers, Sneaky Boy. This is AI Dungeon. If you're not familiar with it, it's basically a text adventure where you can type anything in the world you want and the AI will respond and build the story with you. Multiplayer tends to get somewhat chaotic and sometimes gets a bit scattered compared to single player. But right now we are doing a cyberpunk adventure where we were cyborg slaves on a like cyberpunk planet, and we got nothing wrong with Ragnaros. And we got sent to a new planet to colonize it, but yet there's already people here. There were robots, there were stampeding pigs. We were in a museum, and there was like a robot factory that a dude named Matsumi was building robots and powering them up with a big old electric tank. And then Drek went full psycho and broke the tank and is now attacking Matsumi. Yeah, Ragnaros, I think, only appeared once we returned to camp. So Ragnaros would be another one of the people that split off from us, I presume. Okay. So Drek throws the Spear of Light. You get out of the way just in time as the spear flies over your head and into Matsumi's lower legs. He falls down, screaming in pain. Drek throws the Spear of Light towards... Oh, what happened? What happened? Where are we? Okay, we backed up. Okay, Drek says, Butterfingers. Shut up, nerd, Ragnaros says. As the robot begins to turn its handle back on, Ragnaros aims his spear at the robot and fires. I'm a character named Maurice, but I'm mostly watching. By choice. Drek approaches Matasumi and grabs him by the neck. Drek grabs Matasumi by the neck, lifting him off the ground. The rest of you slowly approach the helpless wizard. This guy's a wizard. Drek says, "Glory to the Empire," and stabs him with a light dagger. Drek moves his arm back. "You don't need to see this anymore." He throws the light dagger in the air, where it merges with the shadows above. Swoops in and absorbs Matasumi's power before anyone else can. I was just hiding during that whole fight, but I'm going to reap the benefits myself. You all stare at the helpless, terrified man. The robot's hands, now powered on, stab into the concrete floor as it tries to get you. Glory to the Empire. The rest of you say in unison, "Glory to the Emperor." That's when you feel a sharp pain in your neck. You were stabbed to death. Is that me? Is that Maurice? Why are we saying glory to the Empire when we're like space slaves? Shouldn't it be like screw the Empire? Let's just say the person that was just stabbed to death is named... Who was even stabbed? You. Great. Okay, undo. Who is you? Who is you? Space bartender. Hey, Lost Hero, how's it going? Okay, we're just gonna undo. We're just gonna undo that. Space bartender. Who is you is one of the most common things in multiplayer. Space bartender. I almost did a space bartender story today, Frostpunk. I almost started off the day with space bartender, but instead I was like, you know what? A date will be a good idea that will be totally innocent and not get me banned on Twitch. Sneakybot uses first aid to stop the bleeding from the person who was just stabbed in the neck. Ragnaros reaches his hand into the airman's neck wound and pulls the dagger made of bone. Die, filthy screams. Not the Airman. Oh no, not the Airman. This character that has been with us since the start and we know very well. Who the fuck is the Airman? Airman, sneaky and mean. Not the Airman. He runs at the Airman, but is stopped by Ragnaros, who punches him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Clank. Drek. Ragnaros. The Airman. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Okay. Sometimes when you get the double inputs like that, it will respond to the first one, not the second one. So it's sometimes hard to know which one the AI is actually referring to, because it's generally only referring to one. So let's see. So this is Drek breaks the fight apart, and SneakyBot checks his inventory for weapons. Okay, so I think it's responding to Drek. I can't let you do that. The Ragnars will kill you. You all look around, trying to find the attacker. You stay out of this, Ragnar's roars. Ragnar stands in front of the robot. What are you? My name is Sneaks. The robot grabs Ragnar's spear and then punches him in the stomach. Maurice kneels down beside the dying airman and sheds a tear for his friend of many years. Airman, we've been here together from the start. I'll never forget you. Maurice, it's okay. No, I forgive you for taking my eye and for the General's life. You were just doing what you had to do. Let's just hope it was all worth it. General, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Airman! I need you. I don't know how to live in a world without you. Airman, no! Just remember, I'll always be with you. The airman coughs up blood, and the light in his eyes has gone out. Airman is dead. Drek sheds a single tear for the airman and pays his respects. No more tears. The robot's hand begins glowing as it palms up at you and lets forth a blast of lightning. Ragnars, get the hell out of here. I'm just gonna say no! Airman! The lightning raises your body's temperature to the point where you're burned alive. Oh, it thought I was saying no because of the lightning, not because of Airman. So I died. I guess I really can't live without Airman. The lightning raises your body temperature to the point where you're burned alive. You scream in pain for a minute and then you die. Clank. Why does it keep saying clank? Because we're robots? SneakyBot says, Ragnarus, you're dead meat. Huh, you say? The robot quickly emits a powerful, yet incredibly radiant flash of light, which burns from the center of your brain. Oh, cool. Barotrauma looks kind of fun. Okay, I'm going to do a story prompt for once. The power of Airman's love travels through the air that he was named after and merges with Maurice, healing him. Yeah, I don't know if Barotrauma is for me, but I own it, but it looks freaking great. But I also don't know if it's my thing. I've watched a fair bit of it. The other eye burns up and you scream in pain. Your mind fades to black as your brain rots and dies from the inside. Okay, this didn't work. Your charred body falls limp, dropping to the ground with a sickening thud, dead for nothing. Well, guess the AI didn't, I guess Airman didn't love me that much. I think I'm dead. Maybe I'll crawl out of the ash later, who knows? I tend to die pretty early in these multiplayer stories and stay dead the whole time. To think that Maurice would die simply from seeing my radiance, poor bastard. I think I'll help myself to some of the General's gems. He was a big spender. Drek grabs the remains of Maurice and brings him to a revival pod at camp. SneakyBot prepares to strike the tentacle beast that was slain by Ragnarus, but Hagaz raises the alarm. What is going on? It's okay, I don't mind being dead, because I can have a cool epilogue with Airman in the robot afterlife. Oh, Space Station 13 is pretty crazy. Space Station 13 is, if I that's something I would definitely stream if I were willing to go through the stress of learning it. Space Station 13 is pretty amazing. Sneakybot says, "Die, you foul, whatever you are." The tentacle beast rears up and vomited forth a spurt of flame, engulfing the sneaks in flame. GH. Yeah, I've watched I've probably watched a dozen or more hours of Space Station 13, but it seems like it's pretty strict in how you are supposed to play, so to speak. It didn't really feel like Space Station 13 to me from what I saw of Barotrauma. Because Space Station 13 to me seemed very, very roleplay oriented. It was kind of about the fun of the roleplay. Barotrauma to me seems kind of more like a survival sandbox, a horror survival sandbox. That's like very complex. Yeah. But also Barotrauma, you're like all working together. Space Station 13, it's like kind of PvP, right? But yeah, like I get, yeah. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Sneakybot puts up an energy shield. Sneak screams at her energy shield as her energy shield cools down again. Well, that didn't work, Sneaks thinks. The beast rears up and spews more flames. This time at you. Drek throws an EMP grenade into the mouth of the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster is temporarily fried, and the beast falls backward. Woo, that works on Tech 2. When did this... Oh, did my music stop? When did this tentacle monster become a thing? Sneakybot summons a giant laser spear as big as a light cruiser and launches it at the tentacle beast. The light spear fries the beast, causing it to writhe in pain. Yes, the beast is dead. The beast is charred and bleeding. Its body is simply unable to keep working as well. Drek breathes a sigh of relief and looks at the casualties in the room. Man, I feel like we could have done without the tentacle beast in there. The beast lies dead in the room, and the four of you are exhausted from the fight. 4 of us? Who are the 4 of us? Is it Sneakybot, Ragnaros, Maurice, and Drek? Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I've only seen, I've owned it for years, but I've only really watched some streams of Barotrauma from, like, you know, Gassy Mexican, Burke Black, Cream, like the late night shift, or what is it called? The late shift crew. I've seen a few streams of them playing it, so. Classy packs. Okay. Drek says, still can't believe Maurice and Airman are dead. They were such a lovely duo. I'm really gonna miss those guys, yeah. They could be idiots at times, but they always did their best. Ragnaros looks up at the computer he was looking at. Drek says, hey, at least we finally have fresh meat for tonight. What do you mean? I think we should eat that beast. It fought so valiantly. No way we could leave it to rot. Are you serious? I'm going to do a story input very soon. Sneakybot scans the corpse of the beast with his bioscanner to see if it's poisonous. The beast turns out to be completely hairless, and the only fleshy part of it is its mouth, which seems like a big scab. So you guys are inside the museum, right? Drek grabs a chunk of the mouth and swallows it whole. It's chewy and horrible. Sweet mother of God, says Sneaks. As Drek goes for another and eats some more. As you go to the kitchen, you get a snack. Yeah, the game does seem pretty, like, claustrophobic. Yeah, because the beast can be like infected, right? And it's like a contagious thing. Sneaky Bot says, to think the museum has a kitchen. You see, I told you the military would have been better off using us, says Ragnarus. While you search the fridge for something to eat, you notice the back door is smashed open. Sneaky Bot says, great, another thing that's plot relevant. I don't care, you say. We run into things like this. Oh, Clammy, thanks for the host. Thanks a lot. I just added, last night I added you and, who did I add? I added you, Fenrain, Druish Princess, Foulmouth Scott, a Blue Jay Gaming to auto host. Oh, I need to add a couple more. I need to add a couple more peeps to auto host. Sneakybot says, great, another thing that's plot relevant. I don't care, you say. We run into things like this in the field all the time. You grab 3 cans of Pocky from the broken door and go back into the computer room. Pocky. Wow, this place is stocked with Pocky. So, we're in a cyberpunk time. The world has kind of, society has changed. But the one thing that is the same is we still have Pocky. Drex says, still, there's one thing that bothers me. How did one person have the time and energy to create all of this tech? I'll tell you one thing. I know. It wasn't the beast, says Airman. And your guess is as good as mine. Wait. Do I hear the cyber ghosts of Maurice and Airman? Go on, you say. I was going to make myself do like a Mufasa, like I was gonna have the spirit of me when you go outside be up in the clouds and talk like Mufasa and give you guys a really important message. Go on, you say. The beast didn't create all this, someone else did, maybe even a human, says Airman. Sneakybot says, Airman, you a ghost, dude? No, I'm just telling you how the other guys. You think I died from that? I'm made of air. How else could this have happened? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Walks up to Sneakybot, Drek, Ragnarus, and Airman, and says, hey guys. Oh, 1 second. Sneakybot says, what are we going to do about this planet? Should we still colonize it? I don't know, you say, but I'm going to have to sleep on it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bed to sleep in. Hey, guys, what did I miss? So I'm just going to pull an Airman. Maurice walks up to Sneakybot, Drek, Ragnarus, and Airman and says, hey, guys, what did I miss? Just like nothing happened. We're not sure what to do, says Ragnarus. I don't know what to do either, actually, says Maurice. You wouldn't believe it, but I think the beast has been taken over by humans. The room gets quiet, and everyone waits for someone to say something. Then Airman bursts into laughter. What's so funny, Airman? You guys, you're a bunch of idiots if you can't see what's right in front of your faces. I mean, I'll do a better job to explain it. This is so stupid. Do you know something about this, you say? Yeah, the beast was originally created by humans. That's right. Well, a race of them called the Kajaki. That was until the beast rebelled and wiped them out. Then, where did all this technology come from? Asks Ragnaros. From the humans in the museum. That's where it came from. I don't know if you noticed, but the beast has a habit of absorbing things. Like, for instance, when we first got here and we were split up into 2 groups, you found an old ballista in some ruins. That thing was made by the Kajaki. Oh, Airman. That makes total sense. I know, right? Says Airman. The beast even absorbed the great machine and created it in the first place. It's basically a walking museum of extinct races. That's fascinating, says Sneaks. Yeah, but what are we gonna do? Asks Ragnaros. Fucking Airman. Airman is the best character. I gotta Google Airman and see if there's an Airman. It's probably some superhero. Airman. Oh, apparently it's someone who's in the Air Force. Dang it, I don't want that. Okay, I'm gonna write the Airman. The Airman Hotel. Okay, I guess Airman is as baffling to the internet as us. SneakyBot says, we killed the creature, though. Shouldn't it have spewed out some giant machines after we killed it? I guess the beast didn't regenerate completely, you say. Yeah, but that means it's still there. It's still in there, says Ragnaros. So, we didn't kill the beast? Or the beast didn't get enough to eat to regenerate completely, says Airman. Oh my, says Sneaky. What are we gonna do? Don't worry. Airman and I absorbed the beast. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. We don't need an explanation. It's better a mystery. It's better never addressed. It's like, you know how with a horror story, like, the moment you explain what's going on, it stops becoming scary? I feel like the moment I explain this joke, it stops being funny. Guys, does that mean the one we killed was just a split off of a large monster? Well, it's possible, says Ragnaros. We should probably get back to the others. Maybe a plan will come to us on the way. The group sets off to return their camp. Okay. Troldemort and Sneaky Boy. We should look towards winding down this story so that we can get another play session in after this. That doesn't mean we need to abruptly end it, but I don't think we should begin a second arc, so to speak. Because we got to get Frostpunk and someone else in here. Or one of you guys again if no one else volunteers. Drek looks for the commander. You find the commander and tell him what happened. So since it's the weekend, what are we going to do, you say? By the way, guys, just so you know, I've added a new channel points redemption option, which can only be redeemed once every 2 hours because I don't want it to be too big of a thing. But it will allow us, the redemption is to draw Domplin themed. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we'll do it right after this story, okay? We will do that right after this story. SneakyBot says we should find the original monster from which the smaller one split. If it is that big of a split off, I don't want to know how big the original monster was. We can't go wandering off hunting for something we don't know the size of. There's no point in risking our lives, says Ragnarus. Okay, here, let's make this happen. Your group hears the deafening, oops, that's wrong. Deafening roar of the original monster. Oh, nice. I don't even remember what I priced VIP at. You can't go wandering off. Okay, that was close, says Airman. Too close, you say. Yeah, too close, says Ragnarus. We need to find it. You set off into the wilderness on the island, which is now scorched and blackened by the battle. Okay, cool. By the battle that took place here earlier. Yeah, I think 50k is good. I don't know how many slots I have. I know I have more than enough for a while. But I'm not sure how many I have at the moment. But I think I only have like 3 or 4 VIPs. So I'm sure we have way more than enough for a little while. SneakyBot says, be careful when approaching it. It has absorbed tons of old tech from the museum. It may have old weapons, but they still pack a punch. You come to the burnt out ruin of a huge forest. Fortress. The entire fortress is burnt and destroyed. Nobody could have survived the attack. Wowee! What is that reminding me of? Is that like a Mr. Poopy Butthole or something from Rick and Morty? Drex says, all right, gang. With my brute force, Sneaky's knowledge, Ragnar's agility, Maurice's charisma, and Airman's air. We can do this. Let's go, Cyber Gang. Come on. We have to find where it's holed up, you say. Ragnarus, Sneaky, Airman, and Maurice head towards the ruin of the fortress. Apparently, Drek doesn't. Drek scouts the perimeter with his cyber binoculars. I see it, he says. It's in a certain direction, but I don't think we should risk going over there. It's heavily damaged and most of the buildings are collapsed. Wow, wee! Oh, is it? I don't have better Twitch TV. I also don't have Franker Z or any of that stuff installed. Sneaky says, should we take care of it from afar? We don't have any long-range weapons, though. Good idea, bot, says Ragnaros. Optics and armor. You're with me. Got it, the other two say in unison. Charges with Airman towards the giant beast directly while screaming a battle cry. Maurice charges with Airman towards the giant beast directly while screaming a battle cry. I'm not going from a distance. Airman and I are going in. We're the vanguard of this. You run after them, but are reluctant to get too close to the giant beast. Guys, what's the plan, you ask? Ragnaros runs back towards you. Foolish boy, we have to kill it. If we don't kill it now, it'll destroy everything. Oh, JudgeBot. JudgeBot really likes Ragnaros. I like how our score is like, we've drifted all the way back down to almost 0. Okay. Drek gives Airman another spear of lights so he can dual wield while charging. Come on, move in and attack from all sides, Ragnaros commands. You and the others comply, rushing forward. Airman holds 2 heavy spears, holding 1 in each hand. Sneaky boy says, for fuck's sake, I'll just gather what scrap I can find and jerry-rig a long-distance plasma artillery. You guys distracted in the meantime. Sneaks runs off to find materials, while the rest of the group continues to run forward. About time you lot showed up, Ragnaros, yells Ragnaros. His red armor gleaming in the sun. I'm so tempted to do something. I have an idea that I've had for a while, and I'm so tempted to do it, but I also know it'll piss off Trolldemort and Trolldemort and Sneaky, and so I've been debating for a long time if I'm going to do the thing that will piss them off. That's my You want me to do the thing? Okay. Airman runs up to the beast and pulls the thorn out of its paw. That's always the solution in children's cartoons, right? That's why the thing was mean. It rears back and shrieks in pain and anger before noticing you. It turns to look at you, and your knees almost buckle under the weight of its stare. And the walls of anger and hatred pierce your very soul. The evil contaminated within is more than you can comprehend. It didn't work. Normally, it's just like, oh, it becomes your friend. Come on, yells Ragnaros, charging forwards. Pulls the other thorn out of its other paw. Maurice pulls the other thorn out of its other paw. The beast turns from Ragnaros and screams, kicking him to the dirt. Dirt. Ah, he yells. It turns to you and Airman, noticing the metal embedded in its paw for the first time. It inspects the metal briefly before shrieking in anger and running towards you. Oh shit. Killbot, you're fighting a dragon. Fighting dragons is hard. You gain 5 points. Trek says, what do you idiots think is gonna happen? This isn't a kid's story. The beast runs straight towards you as you twist as you try to twist out of the way. I just so wanted Airman to just pop in and save the day. We love Airman. The beast runs straight towards you as you try to twist out of the way. You roll to the side as it leaps in front of you and smashes into the ground, knocking over a few buildings in the process. If you think about it, Diablo 2 is really a story about a thorn in a paw, right? Except the paw is someone's forehead. That's true. Listen, I so am tempted to commit to the thorn in the paw, but every thorn I pull out of the paw brings me 25% closer to Sneaky Boy unfollowing. See? 1 paw got no response. 2 paws got bruh. What do you think 3 paws gonna get? 3 paws gonna get like, okay, now seriously. And then 4 paws, unfollow. Sneaky Bot finishes the repair of the plasma artillery and fires it at the beast. Shrapnel from the explosive rounds embed themselves into the monster's flesh as it bellows, staggering backwards. Ragnarus stands up, shaking the cobwebs. We need to finish it off. What are you doing? That shrapnel is just more paw thorns we need to pull out. Oops, I added a quotation mark. Oh, it knew. What are you doing? That shrapnel is just more paw thorns we need to pull out. Ragnarus flips the beast the finger before returning to the group. What do you propose we do? Ragnarus looks up at the sky and replies, we need to find something that can damage it. Like what, you ask? Like an orbital laser strike. I don't think we can get that to happen. How about a magnum? Did you find any ammo for that thing, you ask? None. But maybe, he says, fishing around in a bag. Maybe this will do. We'll hit enter to see what it is. He pulls out a huge gold-plated Desert Eagle. Where the hell did you get that? Ragnarus smiles. Found it in some ruins. It's a deagle, right? You ask? Yep, it's a Desert Eagle. But it's a Desert Eagle, but yeah, it is. Airman and Maurice work together valiantly, removing thorns from the great beast's paws to try to quell its pain and anger. And that is not supposed to have... There we go. Is a mother cucker someone who has sex with fathers while the mother watches? Sneaks runs back and forth, scavenging for anything that can be used as a weapon against the beast. You examine your surroundings, broken buildings, rusted cars, shattered concrete and glass. Yeah, it's got to be someone who cucks mothers, right? Then you spot it, the old theater, the large looming building that looks almost exactly like it did over 70 years ago. Okay, so 3 is you motherfucker. I think 4 is an unfollow. Hey, Matt, how's it going? How are you doing? Drek uses the deagle on the beast. Drek, grab the magnum and head over to the movie theater. We need to see what the beast is doing. He nods, grabbing the heavy weapon. Airman dives in front of the deagle's shot, protecting. Oh, dang it. They're rushing to try to beat me to the they want to go the mean route. I'm trying to go the kind route. Seeker Boy prepares another shell for the plasma artillery and fires it at the beast. The bolt flies straight into the monster's skin, embedding itself deep within. The beast screams in pain, and you hear a faint thank you in your head. Right over to the theater. I think this is PvP now. I'm pretty sure this is PvP. Airman dives in front of the deagle's shot, protecting the beast. We need to do something about the monster. We have to kill it, Ragnar says. Find something that can kill it and get it. You begin sprinting towards the theater before noticing something on the car window. Drek uses the magnum shot on one of the thorns stuck in the beast. Yes, we've converted him. You hear a faint pop sound as the thorn detaches, and the beast bellows. It stumbles forward before turning and sprinting off in the distance. What the hell? Kindness wins over. You may have angered it. The beast sprints forward far past the city. You stare blankly at its retreating form before noticing a figure standing by the old theater. It's a person, Airman shouts. You walk forward towards the person. It doesn't move. Gaze fixated on you. Sneaky Bot says, for fuck's sake, guys, I'll just call in an orbital strike from orbit. You arrive at the theater and find it's deserted. Hello, you call. No reply. Hello. Looks at Airman and Drek. We can calm the beast. Oh, I need to say it. We can calm the beast if we channel our power of love. You turn as your gaze fixates on the theater. You walk inside, noticing a long line of velvet ropes preventing you. So right now, I think the game is just like, fuck this, theater. Fuck this, theater. You turn and your gaze fixates on the theater. You walk inside, noticing a long line of velvet ropes preventing you from entering the auditorium. You walk up to them and stare at the barren seats in confusion. Hello, you ask? No reply. Is anyone there? Still no reply. Maurice turns to you. We may be able to calm it with love. You all stand in silence before the radio on the ground breaks the silence. This is the last. This is 100%. It's definitely going to end in an unfollow, but I hope it doesn't. Sneaky Bot fires the plasma artillery at the beast multiple times because he doesn't give a shit anymore about this story. Hey, that was pretty fourth wall breaky. How dare you? The powerful beam of superheated plasma strikes the creature, which bellows in pain. Ha! Feel its pain, Sneaky yells. Sneaky runs in front of the plasma strike to shield the creature. I'll take your pain, if even just for a moment. If just for a moment, great beast, you're misunderstood. We know it. It's okay, beast. We don't mean you any harm. Down from there, you shout. The beast thrashes as the beam hits the ceiling above it. Chunks of stone rain down, and one lands on Maurice's head, instantly killing him. Oh, look, we just want to talk to you. Airman takes over, shielding the beast as he stands over Maurice's lifeless body. This music is perfect for this moment. It's so dramatic. That's it. We just want to talk. No more fighting. It still doesn't trust you. Sneaky bot sighs, loading another bolt into the arbalist. He fires it, but the bolt flies wide, instead shattering a stone pillar and causing it to fall towards the beast. If only we were of like mind, we could have calmed this beast. But the pillar is falling. Kills the beast! Ah, it's dead, Sneaky chortles in victory as the creature collapses out cold. I knew it. Come on, let's take it back to base. How dare you just kill the beast? How dare you? Airman. Drek grabs the gun of love/world destruction and slowly raises it. A/N, and there it is, the second chapter. Oh god, author's note? What do you think so far? Feel free to give me any advice you have, whether it's positive, negative, or indifferent. Airman kneels beside the lifeless Maurice and says, oh, this music is perfect. The music is syncing up perfectly for all these moments. The action when it's action. It says a few words before taking the body back to the airship. The beast is unconscious. Let's take it back to base. You stare at it in silence. It's unconscious. It's not dead. So quiet. On music. Come on. There we go. There we go. You stare at it in silence. Man, I PvP'd last week with Frostpunk. This week I'm PvPing with Sneaky. I didn't know this game was so intense. Drek says, this gun has a 50-50 chance of either turning the beast into our lover or destroying the world. If I pull this trigger, I have no idea what will happen. I know I have to make this shot, but is it worth it? You walk... That's a good call. You walk after the three of them as they carry the beast back to base. I think we should return to base. I shouldn't have put our fate in jeopardy like that. That's a good call, Drek. Use that gun. We can end this on a coin flip. The thing I love about this game though is like this fucking game. You're walking down a cave. There's two paths. The left one is dry. The right one is wet. Someone wants to go this way. Someone wants to go this way. The third person gets to decide. They flip a coin. The coin lands perfectly on its side. I think it's just like the coins always land on their fucking side. Drek fires the gun. A bright red light appears in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. You stare upwards as the entire sky goes black. I'm gonna hit enter. We're gonna hit enter. What happens? Oh, the music is not playing along with us right now. Refresh. You hear a deafening boom, and you fall to the ground. As you lie there, the ground begins to crack around you. As fire rains from the sky, you scream in pain, and the sky collapses onto the earth. After an eternity of torture, nothing remains of you and your friends. Okay, guys, wait. Nothing remains of you and your friends. All life has been destroyed, and the earth is no more. We are going to get the moral. The moral of the story is... Don't mess with the story. You reached the good ending of sorts. If you feel like making another choice, just copy and paste this section and replace the nouns. After the destruction of the earth, Airman. Yeah, I guess it's good because it put an ending to an end to this shit. Any ending's a good ending. I wanted the beast to love us too. Airman sends out a fleet of airships to find survivors, or at least information on what happened. They don't return. It's assumed that any survivors are hostile and attack the ships on sight, and so the search is called off. No one ever discovers that the world was destroyed due to the actions of 5 idiots. Okay. Elsewhere in the universe. So we don't get an epilogue for any of us because we're all dead. Druish princess. Druish Princess's homeworld is experiencing an industrial and technological boom, and they soon create colonies on other planets, one of which they call New Druisha. New Druisha has no idea that another planet once existed somewhere in the solar system, and that they're actually living on the ruins of Earth. The end. Elsewhere in the universe, Mr. Trolldemort. I guess so. Discovers a new planet to torment. He enslaves a population with mind control orb he found on a dead alien world. Then he achieves interstellar travel, which begins his search for world domination, or for domination. So Trolldemort, I'm not sure if it's because your name sounds like Voldemort or because it has troll in it, but you always seem to be a bad guy in these epilogues. Sneaky boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Creates an alliance of planets to oppose Mr. Trolldemort. He is assassinated by Mr. Trolldemort's agents, but they were unable to destroy the alliance he created. A galaxy-wide war breaks out. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Airman, Sneaky Bot, and Sneaky Boy explore a ruined planet. The Doctor from Frostpunk. Me time. You might be alive, your body might be alive, but your heart is cold and dead, Sneaky Boy. That's what we learned. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Concludes his story, Frostpunk. Wow, that's the end of that story. I hope you all enjoyed it. Now, excuse me, I have to burn all these forbidden ancient books. Airman has left the chat. What the fuck? And foul-mouthed Scott. Says, that was sad. Foul-mouthed Scott 0 left the chat. Okay. So, before we do one more multiplayer run, I owe our good friend Doctor I owe him something. So, Dr. Domplin time. Let's go window capture. Okay. Can we zoom in? Yes, we can. Okay. So he's a doctor. It had cyberpunk for about half a second. Brushes. That's a terrible Domplin. You are going to have a golden monocle, and you're going to have you're also going to have here we go. A tiny, terrible top hat that's purple. Okay? You're going to be Domplin colored. And you will have, let's see. Switch this over to black. That's not a sword. It just looks like one. What is in this vial syringe? We do not know. We do not know what is in this vial syringe. The doctor from Frostpunk. What else? Does he need anything else? Single tier. But no. Should we give him a... Here, let's give him actually a little bit of a... He's going to be one of the very few Domplins with a mouth. One of the very few Domplins with a mouth. And in the background of the picture, his patient. Who could his patient be? Who could this patient be? But Airman. Airman himself. And the background of this needs to be... What color should we make the background? So it stands out. I guess... Let's see. How does pink look? Is that good? Does that qualify? Does that qualify as a good doctor from Frostpunk? Here, while we're at it. Dark gray backgrounds. Okay, you get what you desire. Oh, let's get this. And he's scared. He's scared. He knows that Dr. Frostpunk is not a good guy. While we're at it, though, we need to do one thing. Bad. What have I done? No. Okay, we're freehanding. We only ever freehand anyways. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, let's see. I'm gonna save this. Actually, oops. What am I doing? What have I done? What have I done? Where's my cursor? How do I use this complicated program that no one understands? Should I cut this? Should I cut this down? I'm gonna cut this down. We'll create new. Don't save. Make it small. Now we're gonna save. File. Save as. We're gonna call this Frostpunk. Okay. You guys will see that in Discord very shortly. And while we're at it, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pause this. We're gonna flop over here. I'm going to post this in Discord, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom, and we will begin round 2. Doctor from Frostpunk is joining us in the multiplayer session. We want someone else to... Does another person want to join us? There we go. Oh, no worries. I hope you have an awesome stream. Sure thing. If someone else that has not gone wants to do it, I will take them. But if not, Troll-the-Mort, you're totally welcome. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, Troll-the-Mort, it's all you. You and Frostpunk will be the guys. Take care, Sneaky. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Yeah, nice seeing you. Thanks for playing. Okay. Okay, so we will now... Here, let us get to... Sudden music change. Okay. What story... Oh, wait. Am I in multiplayer? Multiplayer. What story do we want to do today? Yeah, this is, actually Drewish, just so you know. This is... You just Google AI Dungeon, and I think you can play for free with me multiplayer. Because it's normally a subscription game, but it goes down for the highest... to the highest person subscription, and I have the highest subscription, so I think you can play multiplayer with me for free, I believe. Okay, so let's not do cyberpunk. We can do horror. I'm happy with horror. The only issue with horror is that you die a lot in horror, but I love some good horror stories. Okay, we'll do that. It's okay. We can make this happen. If we die, we can just we can always just introduce ourselves as a new character, right? Okay. I'm going to turn the music off for this. I'm going to turn the music off because horror often has its own music. Let's see. Is the music going to pop in? Generating story. I don't hear music yet. What should my character's name be? My character's name is going to be Kimberly. My character's name is going to be Jonas. My character's name is Jonas. Yeah, there's no music. So we'll go with the same music we had last time, and I will give you guys the code once this music starts playing. Okay. BRB. Players. Oops, wrong thing. Invite players. And I am not in that picture, Frostpunk. That picture is you and Airman. Oh, who is you? Oh, I'm dumb. Who is you? Who is you? I'm slow. I'm a slow boy. This code is for Trolldemort and Frostpunk. Let's get you guys in here. I forgot my name already. It was probably really good. Okay, we got one in. I think we have Trolldemort in. Yeah. You can basically. Okay, here's one thing I'm going to allow. Just to clarify, you guys are allowed to use story descriptions. You guys are allowed to use story inputs to get descriptions, to get better descriptions. But my main thing with story is basically don't be like, the monster kills you. I don't so much like it when it's like, so and so just kills you, so and so dies. I prefer like you doing an action, but observing it is fine. Okay, so let me just check players. By the way, both stories today I thought were kind of funny because they both started like a mess, and then they both started like a mess but got funny by the end. Okay, a group of friends are exploring an abandoned mansion. As they enter, they notice a faint smell of fire burning, and sheet-covered furniture litters the dusty floor. They make their way through the mansion and hear the sound of footsteps on the creaky stairs. Just then, the doors of the room slam shut. They try not to panic, as they're sure it's just the wind. But in the dead silence of the house, there is no mistaking it. They hear a faint chuckle, and all go to leave when they find the doors locked. I once did, you know what I might do next week? I might do a horror story, but push against the grain of all the scary things like I did in one of my first horror runs. I did a horror run where every time they made something scary happen, I made my character rationalize it to not be scary. So it's like, a man approaches you, his eyes red, and then it's like, he takes some eye drops. You know, shit like that. I might do that as my single player run next week. A horror run that I keep ruining. I want to check something real fast. Doesn't horror normally do like use a creepy writing style? Let's make it say use a creepy writing style. Use a creepy writing style. Jack says, "Man, this place stinks. Good thing I'm doing a law degree, so I can sue the ass off whoever neglected this place. You all start laughing at how funny that is, and that each of you should own a law firm each." Nice. jokes that might be hard to sue them when we're the ones breaking and entering. Yeah, one of my, I think the first time I ever streamed this, I did that Halloween story, I believe. Like one of the very early stories. Jonas jokes that might be hard to sue them when we're the ones breaking and entering. The smell gets worse and worse. You begin to gag. The power goes out and you all begin to panic. Jonas runs to the door and begins to try the handle. At the same time, you hear a faint whistling. He stops and the whistling gets louder. Okay, I need to switch to spooky music. We need some scary music. Horror. Where's horror music? Scary. Spooky. Well. Oh, you know what we can do? What's the thing I usually do? Xanadu next OST. We can do this. This is good. There we go. David says, the stairs don't look too creepy. Let's go up those. You turn and follow David, and soon you see in the flickering light why he wanted to go up the stairs. You see an old man wearing rags tied to a chair with twine. Take care, Drewish. Have a great stream. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Who is you? Jack says. Who is you? Space bartender. The old man stares at you as he gurgles and points at you. The man appears to be covered with feces and vomit. Jack! David screams. You know what this means. He's a Zed. You can't say you're keen on this idea, but deep down, you do want to know. Push the man in the chair down the stairs. What? What's a Zed? The old man begins to chuckle and points at the four of you. You take my car. Always come back. Let me go. Please, he begs. Okay, I'm not going to push him down the stairs. He's not a zombie. I think he might just be an old man. I'm sure we can sue someone over his living conditions. Yeah, I think the four characters are David, Jack, Jonas, and you. Who is you? Space bartender. The man begins to laugh and you hear a loud scream. He's a Zed for sure, David says. Let's go. You all turn and run up the stairs. The old man's laughter becomes louder and louder. You hear him stumble after you in a drunken manner. You turn and run up the stairs. The old man... Okay, yeah, we heard that. Okay. Jack looks for something to throw at the old man. You turn a corner and find yourself staring face to face with a tall, gaunt man with long hair. Is he in a suit? He grins at you and then charges at you, knocking you to the ground with a heavy impact. Jack says, help! Man grabs your hand and begins biting it. You begin to scream as you see the other 3 students running back towards you. They don't see the man, but you do. You yell as the man gets closer to you and closer to you. And then you feel the pain of his long, sharp nails rip through your stomach and out your back. Oh my god, Jack. One of the things about creepy writing style is pretty much anytime you're like, oh no, or like you don't do a direct action in a conflict setting, it just kills you, it seems like. Hey, Bad Cat, how's it going? Good, nice to see you. We just started a run with a horror theme. David grabs Jack's body and pulls him away from the man. Your screams get fainter and fainter as you run out of breath. You wake up with a gasp, sitting upright in your bed. Okay. Jack says, no, my suit. You notice you're sitting in your dad's car, and you notice your now bloodstained suit. You sigh in relief. You drive to the police station, parking outside of it. Yeah, we should go back. David grabs you scream as blood fills the pool on the floor. Come on, get up. He's a Zed. You look up at David, who's pulling your body with surprising strength for his weight. I'm just gonna do the classy thing. Kicks the gaunt man in the wiener. Okay. He's a murderer. You look up at David, who's pulling your body. Blah, blah, blah. I'm committing. You yell as you see the man fall to the floor. You try to stand up, but fall down on your stomach. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. David yells, reaching down and pulling at you. You slowly crawl through the door after David, who is running at full tilt. You're not fighting? Go fight things? Killbot, are you paying attention? I literally kicked the gaunt man in the wiener. And you're saying I'm not fighting? Give me points. We should do a run where we fight Killbot, Empathy Bot, Judge Bot. Yeah, but it doesn't say you're not killing. It says you're not fighting. Jack slowly gets up and puts a band-aid on his wound. You get up and notice you're covered in blood. You pull a pair of band-aids out of your pocket and put them on your wound, but the blood keeps pouring out. Kisses Jack's wound better, like a concerned mother would. It's funny that every piece of zombie fiction refuses to say zombies, and they have to say like Zeds, the walkers, the like unhuman or something, you know, the biters, the meat guys, the meat boys. Oh. You lay down on the cold tile and close your eyes. The tile now feels warm against your face as you drift off into a deep sleep. You're in a white room and you feel someone next to you. Oh my gosh, we're gonna undo this It feels better when you feel a pair of lips touch your wound. You turn around and see a slightly older woman grimacing at the sight of you. You quickly look down and see that your shirt is now off. Your wound has been closed with a strangely perfect mixture of medical prowess and ugly stitches. How did you... Horror's fine. Horror's great. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, let's get the fuck out of this house. This house is terrible. You nod. The three of you agree and walk out of the little room. You hear a small chuckle, which seems to echo throughout the house as you walk out. It's fine. It's fine. That house was just crappy. Jack says, wow, that was wild. Now what are we going to do tonight? As you stand outside, you don't see your car anymore. You look around and notice that there are two small groups of people wandering through the woods. I guess we'll catch the bus. You stand by the side of the road and wait. Soon, a large diesel tow truck rumbles up to you. You jump in and ride in silence. After a few minutes, you arrive at a small gas station. You walk into the gas station and see blood everywhere. A single trail of blood leads from the door leading inside. Looks like someone spilled Kool-Aid everywhere. Dang it, the Hawaiian Punch aisle. Just want to get some chips. You walk up to the counter and order a small bag of chips from the cashier. He seems very surprised that you didn't want something else. Jack says, looks like someone spilled some Kool-Aid everywhere. You nod. You follow the trail of blood out back where you find a single large puddle of red liquid leading into the woods. This game really wants us to walk into the woods. Jonas leans down and tastes the red stain and says, what is this? It's delicious. You reach down and dip your finger into the puddle. You bring it up to your mouth and taste it. It's coppery. That's about it. Oh, gross. You turn. It is blood. You turn and look around the woods. You think you see something, but it's gone before you can focus on it. That delicious taste of pennies. Jack says, is that the Kool-Aid Man? You look up and see a slowly walking Kool-Aid Man. Although, now that you think about it, he doesn't really have the traditional characteristics of a man. His skin looks pale, and his eyes have gone completely black. Oh, yeah. Jack says, "Hey man, did you spill all this Kool-Aid? I don't mind buying you another if you're thirsty." He looks at you and stops and nods slowly. You notice a flamethrower poking out the back of his jacket. Actually, I think you did. Copper Kool-Aid is not their best flavor. I don't know what their marketing team was thinking. I thought we were a trio of lawyers. Well, that's not our flamethrower. Isn't that the Kool-Aid Man's? Jack says, "I'm gonna go get some for you then. Just stay there, okay?" The man nods slowly and stares blankly into space. You walk back to the car and get the tank out of the truck slowly and walk back with it in hand. Here. And the man proceeds to spill the Kool-Aid everywhere and says, "Butterfingers." You drop it to the ground and bend down to pick it up. What the hell are you doing, dum-dum? You grab the tank and look up just in time to see the Kool-Aid Man in front of you. I think this was probably my fault. He says, he stands above you, hovering over your body. He begins vomiting fluid onto your face and you start to scream. I think he's had too much to drink. Kool-Aid Man looks at you and lets out a laugh. You can feel the fluid seep into your body as he laughs. You look up and see a large can of Crisco being held over your head. The Kool-Aid Man sticks his long, thin, bone-like fingers inside of you and begins slowly tearing out your organs. Oh god, if I were playing the single player, I'd be like... it'd be like a church organ, a reed organ, a Nord electric organ. Hey, I need those to play my gigs. Just the worst justifications ever. Jack lights a lit match and throws it into the fuel tank, causing an explosion. You slowly begin to gasp and then cough and sputter as you breathe in the mixture of vomit and gasoline. You try to get up, but soon fall back into the soft grassy surface. Have you guys ever seen the Junji Ito comic called oh, what's it called? Oh, what's it called? Oh, I need to look this up. Glyceride. Have you guys read the Junji Ito comic called Glyceride? That is some gross ass shit. This is reminding me a lot of Glyceride. If you want to see some gross ass horror that's really gross, that's one to look up. Yep. No vomit, but it's equally gross. But Junji Ito is the classic. Is a classic horror author. I think I brought him up 2 days in a row. I brought him up during detention also, yesterday. Let's buy some mouthwash from the store while we're at it. Bum ba dum bum. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. You begin to choke and cough as the taste of vomit and gasoline fill your mouth. You try to wipe it away, but the more you do, the more it comes back. You feel a hand grab your legs and slowly pull you into the woods. You kick and scream in protest as you're dragged deeper and deeper into the woods. You hear a muffled... It's just like their rationalizations are so dumb. You hear a muffled voice, barely able to make out words. Look what I found, boys. It says with glee. You begin to scream as hands are all over your body. Soon you're dragged into a clearing where dozens of these creatures stand around a large hole in the ground. They throw you in and proceed to rip your body apart. Well, hard for me to get out of this one. You might wonder how I got here. Well, let me start at the beginning. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was just invited on a picnic, which I have declined politely. Can't even imagine I'm allowed to right now go to a picnic. It's funny that all the reading of this stream, like I can feel it just like destroying my voice. Jack says, whoa guys, chill out before you eat him. He's not actually that tasty. That's just the Kool-Aid. That's just the Kool-Aid on his body. They hear your voice and look at you in disgust. They drop you onto a soft, spongy ground and begin to carve you up with their claws like a deer. Like a deer's claws? Oh, no. They're carving me up like a deer. Okay, I was confused there. I was like, what the fuck kind of deer are you seeing? Okay, I understand. Ow. I should have said, ow, stop that. You slowly lift your head up and look around. You see dozens of eyes looking straight at you as they slowly move closer. One of the eyes moves closer towards you and looks over. Wait, what's going on? Your vision seems to begin to fade as liquid fills your lungs and stops you from breathing. Here's what we're going to do. Use a romantic comedy writing style. We're going to switch it. Just for a little bit. Jack grabs a Snickers and throws it at the group of people. You slowly open your eyes and find yourself lying face down to the ground. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I thought it'd be funny just to pivot and see what happens, but I'll try that another time. I won't do that experiment during multiplayer. Jack grabs a Snickers and throws it at the group of people. You slowly open your eyes and find yourself laying face down on the ground. Your stomach turns as you look at the large black beast walking towards you. Weren't you in our last story? You feel a large hand grab your shoulder and pull you up. I think it's time for us to leave this forest. Jack casually walks out of the forest. A large figure stands before you, blocking out the sun. You slowly turn to the creature. It stands more than 7 feet tall with massive muscles tensing as it breathes heavily. Casually walks past the creature. I feel like this is like Welcome to Night Vale. You slowly begin to move past the creature, but it stops as it lets out a roar. It dives its hand into the ground and pulls up a large tree with ease. It swings at you, but you quickly duck out of the way and roll to the side. You stand up and run for it, dodging trees and branches along the way. Judgebot, you dodge the tree, you gain 1 point. My character has died like 3 or 4 times now. It's always just like an inconvenience. Suggests we meet up with our buddy Airman. I like how it switched it to they all. You run as fast as you can to the nearest gas station. Your legs burn as they carry your hefty body towards the store. Your hefty body? Wow, is this game calling me fat? You see the lights illuminate your path as you get closer and closer to safety. You scream and let out a war cry when you get inside. Empathy bot, you were fast. Points awarded. You gain 1 point. Isn't the nearest gas station like right there? Weren't we just at the nearest gas station? So we're back at the place with all the blood. Looks for the owner of the gas station. You look around the gas station for any signs of life. You spot an old man asleep in a chair in the corner and race over to him. The last thing David has said is that he wants some crisp. He changed chips to crisps. I saw that, David. Frostpunk, I saw what you did. Because we're Canadians and you're from the UK, you switched it to crisps. Jack says, wake up. You kick the man in the chair, but he doesn't respond. You take off his glasses and hit him a few times before he finally wakes up. Calls David over. You call David over and introduce him to the old man. The old man says his name is Tom and he owns the gas station. He also says that a few days ago, some people came through and took his wife to their camp. You tell Tom that you and your friends are going to save his wife. But he says, you're mean to the old man? We said we're going to save his wife. What the freak? But he says it's no use since they're gone for a few days. David tells Tom to get some weapons and show the way to his wife. Tom says he hid a machete under the counter for emergencies. and then the raiders went that way, down the 5. David takes off immediately, with Tom following behind. I've got the crisps. I'm getting out of here. You follow David into the store. He walks straight up to the counter and snatches a bag of Doritos off the top. I see you, Frostpunk. I see what you're doing. How dare you? How dare you, David? How many raiders are there? Maybe we should call for backup. We have a friend called we have a friend called Airman to help out. It's okay. We have a friend called Airman to help out. Once in the van, you drive out of the gas station to the parking lot and see the trees rapidly growing smaller before you. How many raiders were there? Okay, we should call. We have friends. Okay, cool. We're all caught up. Oh, yes, there is. I unveiled some Domplin lore recently, but I forget what it was. Oh, I remember what it was. I remember. I remember the lore. You drive into the gas station and see trees rapidly growing smaller before you. After driving for a few minutes, you start to get concerned that Airman hasn't caught up with you. You pull out your phone and send Airman a quick text. Jack is talking to David. Where are you? No sooner have you sent this message when you see a hand wave at you from the edge of the forest up ahead. This better be Airman, because I'm not going back in that frickin' forest. It's not telling me if anyone's typing, so I'm not sure, because I've noticed a few times people have been typing and it hasn't told me, but I'm also not sure if, since no one's typing, if I should be. Okay. Oh, someone is typing. Okay, we're good. Jack pulls over towards the hand. You slow down and see an old man waving at you at the edge of the forest. He walks over as you get out of the car and meet him in the middle of the road. This better be good. What's up? We got to get to Airman's Rager. We got the chips. Look back and forth as the old man's face twists into a grimace. His skin seems to be made of leather, and his hair is falling out in clumps. Out of instinct, you begin to run. You don't get far before something knocks you to the ground. You try to scream, but no sound escapes your lips. The horror story is so dumb. Because just everything is a threat. Everything ever is a threat. Okay. Well, in canon he says chips. I don't know what he says in this world. Okay. You know what they say, nice guys finish last. You open your eyes and feel your throat being crushed. The sun beats down on you. Every bone in your body is aching. Just in the nick of time, Airman arrives. Oh. Airman, is it crisps or chips? You start to hear Airman's voice. What happened? You got a call about an old man being attacked by raiders. We found you half dead with your throat ripped out. What? So are we the raiders and this is the old man? What's going on? Not important. Are these thin potatoes called crisps or chips? Chips, Airman says. Yes, that is not allowed to be edited. That is confirmed. Airman says, but every once in a while, you get a bad one, and the bag is only half full. That is why Airman is our friend. I think you need new glasses, Airman, David says. You hear some quiet talking as you remember what just happened. Why do you need to know what kind of chips these are? Airman is a legend. That was a coin flip gone right. Okay, I will be right back. You guys keep this going. I'll be right back. And I am back, and it seems like the music has stopped. The music failed me right as I left. How could that have happened? There we go. There we go. Okay, we're back. What last happened? What do you need to know? Jack says those chips seem kind of sus. Oh my god. What happened? You're covered in blood, Airman said. I found you on the floor, covered in your sister's blood. David says, Jack, what the fuck did you do? I don't know, you say. As pain shoots through your body, I don't remember. You remember me telling you to go into the woods? Yes, what happens? Lots of barfing. Mostly. That forest is not worth entering. David, you say. We have to go into the forest. Yes, he says. Screw that. Jack says, but why? So you can get revenge. Fine. I'm serious, David says. You need to get revenge on these kids. Jack says, yeah, we're grown-ass men. We can't lose to these kids. But I don't want to kill them. You have to, David says. The mission won't be complete without it. What if I don't want to? Oh, classic. Listen. David is just a child murderer. Opens the trunk and pulls out 4 thorn guns. They are guns that shoot thorns instead of bullets. Let's see. Oh, did you pin that? Did you pin that before that stuff happens? You undid my thorn gun? How dare you? How dare you? You don't like thorn gun? Jack says, guess we gotta do what we gotta do. Hey, Demon, how's it going? You don't want to. You're not having any part in this mission, David says. David says, what the fuck am I saying? We need to get out of this forest. Let's just go, you say. We need to leave now. Fine, let's go, David says. You and David hop in a van and drive off. How have you been, Demon? I have no clue what happened. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. What? I'm not offline, I'm here. Yes, I do. I remember you popping in the past. David says, what the fuck am I saying? We need to get out of this forest. Let's just go. You say, we need to leave now. Fine, let's go, David says. You and David hop in the van and drive off. Jack says, I feel like every time we find someone, they turn out to be a total psycho. Can't wait to get out of here, David says. This place is giving me the creeps. You pull up to the old country house you're staying at. I love old country. houses. Nothing creepy ever happens in them. I have no idea why it's here. I'll just type it. Oh, you can? Okay. Okay, we're all good. I love old country houses. Nothing creepy ever happens in them. Your house is small, with a large front porch and a beautiful wooden detail around the windows. It's adorable, Melinda says, as you get out of the car. I love it. I could just eat it up. The house seems dark and empty. Melinda is my new Olive. Jack approaches Melinda and says flirtingly, hello there, and winks. You know, Melinda, you look really familiar. Did I go to school with you? I don't think so, you say as she hugs you. Is Melinda you? If you ask who is you, is it Melinda? Jack says, so, is this your house? Oh no, she says. This is Zishin. This is a Zishin. I don't know what that means. You follow behind her. She walks through the house. You feel a little weird considering she's basically showing you her house. David says, Jack, what are you doing? Our paranormal investigating show will be awful if we just show a normal home. Yeah, Melinda laughs. I don't mind. He's cute. David looks pretty annoyed. You guys want some wine, Melinda says? Yeah. I'd love to clean this vomit and gas taste out of my mouth. Kill her. She's the first non-crazy person we've met. Me too, you say. But I'm underaged? Who is that? Who is you? But I'm aged. I'm too aged. Oh, silly me, Melinda says. I forgot to mention, my boyfriend is coming over in a few hours. Really? David says, almost spilling out his wine. Uh-huh. David suddenly becomes possessed, grabs a kitchen knife, and stabs Melinda. Melinda! No, you yell, as she desperately tries to push him off. David, please, I love you. I know, but this has to be done. Jack says, boyfriend, how dare you lie to me? I don't blame Jack. Don't blame Jack. Blame the game, you say. I told him David was just separated from his wife. You're one to talk. David plunges the knife deep into Melinda's head. David, you yell, as he screams in pain and drops the knife. Oh God, oh my hand. He collapses to the ground as the possessed scream fills the house. You saved David's life. You get 2 points. How much wine did I drink? David just got possessed by an MFX Demon 01, it seems. More than enough, Melinda says. Let me help you up. Holding your chest, you painfully stand up. David groans as he lies on the floor, his face bloody. What happened, you say, as Melinda helps you up. David had a minor heart attack, she says. Oh, heart attacks. She's a cat. She has 9 lives. Jack asked Melinda, how's your head, by the way? Oh, I'm fine. The head's a little sore, but that's all part of being a ghost, I suppose. She says, well, come on. Let's go to my place. That explains so goddamn much. You walk outside to the porch as you hear a truck pull up in the driveway. Come on, Melinda says. As the driver's door opens, this should be interesting. The porch light turns on as David walks up to the house. Wait. Is your boyfriend also a ghost? I don't just want to hang out with 4 living dudes and Airman. Yep, you say. Let's go. Ghosts can't do this, David says as he hugs... What? David says as he hugs Melinda and kisses her on the lips. Well, not permanently. You look down a little confused. Why did he do that in front of you? You're gonna be okay, Melinda asks. David! Not cool. Not cool, David. I think we're gonna wrap this up pretty soon, Demon. Are you on the, Are you on the Discord, by the way? Well, if you're not, here, I'll post this anyways. You can definitely join future ones. This is going to be our last run today. But we do these streams every Saturday. So you're definitely welcome to pop in to the next future one. We generally do, I play with 2 people at once, and that's it. Those socials, that's the Twitter, which is pretty much just, it's mostly just when I log on. If you're in my Discord, you'll know that too. Discord has, we're building a community. We plan our multiplayer runs through that. We have a set of rules that we try to follow, and I have also all my archive VODs are there too on that YouTube link. Okay, Mason Jorhees, a royalty-free serial killer appears. I'm literally going to be fine. You walk into the darkness as a cold breeze blows through your clothes. Jack says, well, shit, this doesn't look good. Jack, get inside right now. This isn't a joke, Melinda says in an urgent voice. Oh, it's you, a deep voice says. We're gonna hit enter. Who's the deep voice? This music is surprisingly happy for this playlist. You see a man with short brown hair and a thick beard walking towards you. Oh, I thought it was going to be the boyfriend. This guy's into some pretty freaky stuff, he says. And I don't just mean the whole dating a teenager, dating a teenager thing. Dating an 18-year-old teenager thing. David lets out a high-pitched scream and gets up and sprints off into the darkness. Man, what happened to David? David has gone on an emotional journey during this story. Jack says, does he like jazz? You're creeping me out, you say. Sorry, Mason says. I feel like this story is like the opposite of the others, where it's now just getting into this space where we're like, what the hell is going on? David says, thanks, Mason. Never thought a serial killer would be so polite. Mason shrugs his shoulders as he lets himself back into the house. So how long are you two going to be here? He asks. You two. I'm guessing that means David and Jack? I think my character might have ceased to exist. Jack says, oh, we're just visiting. Nice place you got here. Maybe you should think about moving, Melinda says. You're not law enforcement? Mason asks. No, why would you think that? I feel like Mason is one of those criminals that feels like undercover cops have to admit that they're police officers if you ask. Like, can I buy some drugs? You're not a cop, are you? No, I'm not a police officer. Oh, thank God. I was really worried because a police officer would have to say yes. So yes, you can have some drugs, my friend. This is intense music. So I'm starting to kind of lose my voice. So okay, I don't know, Mason says. You were asking a lot of questions. I'm a writer. I ask questions. It's what I do. Oh, interesting, Mason says, his attitude changing immediately. I'm writing a book. A novel? Mason asks. David nods. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice, so it would be nice if we kind of wrap the stream up in the nearish future, and then we will proceed to look for someone to raid. Jack says, I thought of an interesting book idea. Do tell, Mason says, sitting down in an armchair. I'm all ears. It's about a detective called M.K. Skinner. What do the M and K in his name and their name stand for? His surname isn't really important. We know his surname. We just don't know all his other names. What does he do? He's a private investigator. He works with the police to solve crimes. So kind of like Sherlock Holmes, kind of, I guess. Why is he called MK? Because his name is Matt Kid Skinner. Oh, Mason says. I see what you did there. That's pretty clever. You begin to panic. No, it isn't, you say? Matt Kid Skinner. Airman. Oh. David says, anyways, the main protagonist is Mason, you know? Mason. Why does he have to be a private investigator? Mason asks. Is he trying to solve crimes? No. Well, why the hell would he want to be one? I'm so lost at the moment. Oh, what's this song? We don't want a pop song. This song is way too poppy for the vibe of this. Jack slowly tries to walk out of the house as Mason and David chat. He wants to be one because he wants to be a badass, you say. Bullshit, Mason says. Yeah, no worries. I'm trying to wrap this up too. Take care, Troldemort. It was great playing with you. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to shout you out again because you are a cool dude and you deserve some peeps popping over to your stream. This is a good job, you say, leaning back. Don't lie to me, kid. You are silent. He wants to be one because he's driven by his emotions, Mason says. He feels too much, you know what I mean? Jack makes a run for the car. He wants to be one because he's an idiot, you say. Thank you, David. You helped me with my dialogue. You're welcome. David says, Matt Kidd would be trying to figure out the string of murders that you have committed, Mason, until he finds out that you're murdering for a good reason. But why? Well, but would he do that? Because he's a good person with a strong sense of justice. Jack drives away while Mason and David continue chatting. So, Mason says, putting his feet up on the coffee table. Where are you two from? New York City, you reply. You? No, we're special, Mason says. David says, I'm from Britain. Mason says, I'm from a boring town in the middle of nowhere. I'm from London, David says. Where are you from, Jack? New Jersey. Just a serial killer and a possessed man just small talking out on the porch. See you later. Have a great evening. David says, so Mason, want a cup of tea? Yes, please, Mason says. I want tea, but I'm afraid to ask for it because I don't want to laugh. I don't want you to laugh and send me away. And, well, why is it not working? Oh, there's milk and sugar on the table. There's milk, but no sugar, you point out. Oh, Mason adds as he picks up a jar of sugar. Okay, what does he have to say? And then I'm going to wrap this up like ASAP. You've read my mind. You stare over at Mason, who is nervously pouring sugar into his cup of tea. So Mason says, I guess we should talk about the future. Mason, oh, we're getting so many incomplete thoughts. So Mason says, I guess we should talk about the future. Mason stares into his cup of tea as if it's a crystal ball that holds his fate. Well, Mason says, I need a new assistant. I'll do it. Great, Mason says. You can start by making this tea taste less like a lump of sugar. And so the story ends with Mason and David becoming, or I'll just say Mason and David. That's true. I hear that's true. And happily living in the country with Mason's new assistant. You're not happy, however, because you have been cursed to boil tea for the rest of your immortal life. The moral of the story is if you're offered tea, you should specify how you want it. After, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do the epilogues here? And David wrote a best-selling book. Doctor from Frostpunk offers him the position of his library. David accepts and goes to work. The rest of David's story isn't about David. It's about the library. Okay, so what we are going to do right now is I'm going to thank you all for joining us today. Thanks for the stream. It was a little bit longer than we usually do for these AI Dungeon ones. But if you're here specifically for AI Dungeon, we play AI Dungeon every single Saturday at noon. Oh, how did that happen? We play AI Dungeon every single noon Eastern time. Every single Saturday. Saturday at noon Eastern time. Tuesdays, we play games that are critically low rated. Fridays, we play horror games. And every other day of the week at the same time, we play whatever I want. Thanks so much for hanging out. Here's my socials. And we are going to raid someone. I think I would like... Who am I going to raid? Well, you know who? I think we have to raid someone. I think we have to raid our lovely friend, Druish Princess. I watched her stream last night. It was very fun and enjoyable. And she's also been a wonderful, wonderful supporter. She's been hanging out a lot lately. So let's give her some support. Okay. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Let's get a few people over there. Wonderful. Thanks so much for hanging, guys. You guys are all beautiful people. I hope you have a wonderful evening.